cataclysmic explosion rips apart the demon lord's castle. A hulking skeletal beast lets out one last roar as its body disintegrates. An armored warrior breathes hard over the creature's collapsing body. Exhausted and covered in grime, he calls out to ask if they've finally succeeded. Across the kingdom of Azure, citizens welcome the triumphant hero and his sages home. Now in formal attire, the same warrior swallows nervously amid the festivities. He watches the lavish feasts prepared for foreign monarchs, served with expensive liquor. The eighth son of a poor noble family sees this place as both heaven and hell. A vast crowd roars its welcome as four cloaked heroes walk down a cleared path. In the throne room, the king of Azure evaluates the sages who helped the savior. Kneeling together, the four sages accept the king's heartfelt thanks for their victory. The first of the four is the hooded, mysterious sage of earth. Next appears the cloaked and powerful sage of water. Wreathed in flame, the third is revealed as the sage of fire. At last, the dark-haired warrior is revealed as the sage of wind. The king grants them the title of four emperors. It is the highest rank a mage can attain. Stunned, the sage of wind looks up and mutters the unbelievable title to himself. A mask of utter disbelief covers his face as he repeats the words of the four emperors. The title is considered a great honor, usually reserved for those born into nobility. Their epic quest to defeat the demon lord has earned them this unmatched reward. The sages, now the four emperors, hold absolute authority over all of mage society. Looking at the ornate crown, the warrior realizes this reward is beyond his wildest dreams. The sage of fire gratefully accepts the title of Emperor Blaze Soul. The sage of wind swallows hard, feeling the full weight of the immense honor. The king calls Sage Eftel, and Eftel declares he is ready to receive the title. He has granted the title of emperor, making him the supreme authority over all mages. The king reaches to set the heavy jewel-encrusted crown on Eftel's bowed head. An intricate crown settles onto his bowed head with a soft, final click. Looking up, Eftel's eyes are wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. The king proclaims that from now on, he will call himself Emperor Stormgill. Eftel quietly doubts his new title is real because it feels impossibly grand and foreign. Overcome with gratitude, he thanks the king as his composure finally breaks and he sobs with pure joy. The king invites the assembly to greet the four new emperors with applause. The whole court breaks into thunderous cheers and chants, "Long live the four emperors." Eftel knows this is the greatest moment of his life, the proof that his hard work paid off. After 40 years devoted to magic, he says the rewards have far exceeded his imagination. 15 years later, in a desolate landscape, a voice calls for Lord Eftel. An elderly Eftel with long white hair tied in a ponytail turns from his work to respond. He gently sends two young disciples away, saying they are welcome at his home. Back at his current project, he studies strange, monstrous-looking plants. A vast empty sky stretches over the desolate, lonely landscape. Kneeling in the dirt, he carefully scribbles his observations into a notebook. A sudden sharp pain makes him drop his quill, splattering ink across his notes. A violent coughing fit shakes him, making him drop his book. A close-up shows his hands splattered with thick black liquid. Cursing the disease, he realizes with growing dread that he may not have much time left. A soft voice says his name, pulling him out of his despair. Nearby stands a young girl with long pale hair and pointed ears, and he looks up to see her. Startled by her sudden, quiet appearance, Eftel calls her Merlin. She asks why he keeps working on his research despite contracting the fatal demonic disease. Asked if she worries about him, she quietly confirms that she does. A sad, gentle look settles on his face as he prepares to tell her the truth. In a chaotic flashback, he's urged to flee the demon lord's crumbling castle. His younger self freezes, eyes fixed on a nearby tragic scene. Before him, a demon mother is pinned beneath the rubble, cradling her infant. A baby with pointed ears is wailing loudly in its dying mother's arms. A sharp pang of guilt hits him when he realizes they were innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Trembling, a dying mother reaches out and begs the great sage for help. Using her last ounce of strength, she pushes the infant Merlin toward him, begging him to save her. In an instant her life ends, her hand falling limp as she slips away. He takes the crying baby from the arms of her deceased mother. Now he admits to Merlin he was one of those who destroyed her people. He asks how she could feel any sorrow for him, her enemy, and she stares back sadly. A small emotional sound escapes her as her face twists with unspoken feelings. At last, he explains that he continues his research because he has her, a proud successor. He admits his initial motive was to carry his disciples' expectations. Wanting to meet those expectations drove him to work so hard to become the strongest sorcerer. Merlin had confused questions about his use of the past tense. He recognizes that every mage dreams of reaching the peak of their art. He admits he was once one of those ambitious dreamers. One day he realized the top is not something anyone can just reach. Merlin is outraged by his own words and wonders how he could be saying that. She insists he is the mighty Emperor Stormgale, one of the most powerful mages. He brushes off her praise, admitting he's only seen as mighty compared to the average man. He thinks of himself as only modestly talented compared to true power. He measures himself against his former comrades, cloaked figures of formidable skill. They were born with overwhelming, natural magical ability. These chosen youths joined him on the great quest to defeat the demon lord. Compared to their effortless brilliance, he felt insignificant. One memory shows him panting and straining just to keep up with his extravagant companions. A messenger comes in, tapping his way toward Eftel and carrying what he calls significant news. Eftel looks up from his work, a mild, weary curiosity on his face. He asked the panting messenger why he was in such a hurry to see him. The messenger reports that Lord Blaze's soul has developed a theory of magical aptitude. Eftel falls silent as the messenger confirms he has brought a letter. Reading the letter, he doubts that a method to measure aptitude accurately could exist. His eye widens in shock as a bead of sweat forms on his brow and the implication sinks in. He looks up from the document, amazed at how simple the method is. Praising Emperor Blaze's soul, he says the Emperor has achieved something truly unique. His students crowd around him, asking what to do next with this new information. Announcing they will test the process at once, he leads the eager group across the grounds. In the lab, he announces they will start the experiment with Merlin. As 4 strands of Merlin's hair are plucked, he explains the process. Next, the 4 hair strands are dropped into test tubes filled with a solution. All the children gasp in wonder as the test tubes suddenly react with a sharp, bright pop. Everyone in the group stares in awe at the rack of brightly glowing test tubes. A close-up shows the blue and green tubes glowing more brightly. Merlin stares into the glowing, bubbling liquid, trying to figure out what the different colors mean. Eftel reviews Blaze Soul's research notes to interpret the test results. Notes indicate blue and green represent affinities for water and wind. Gathered in the lab, Eftel announces that Merlin has an impressive S-rank in wind and water. Seeing the results, he says in awe that they are very impressive. Merlin privately doubts the test's accuracy, but Eftel is certain it is correct. A diagram shows how the test divides magic into 4 elemental affinities. He points out the Academy's inefficient way of teaching all 4 elements. This old method makes students wait a decade before their talents are finally assessed. Blaze Soul's method lets effective training start as soon as they enroll. Future mages can become far more powerful than before. Now the students look to him, eager for his next move. Determined, Eftel says he wants to test himself next. A surprised Merlin asks why he has to take the test. She notes that he is already one of the esteemed 4 emperors. Other students watch curiously, eager to see their teacher's results glow. He admits he's always wondered about his potential. Steeling himself, he says he's ready while a student cuts his hair. The children buzz with excitement, eager to see the emperor's impressive power. Reflecting on his life, he says he never felt he reached the top. He desperately needs to know whether he ever truly had the talent to be the best. At the final splash, his hair plunges into the reactive liquid. He remembers putting more time and effort into magic than anyone else. His eyes snap wide open in shock at the unexpected outcome. All 4 test tubes are completely clear and show no color. Bubbles rise along his hair strands, yet the liquid remains completely clear. His students stare, completely baffled by the lack of any visible reaction. A rack of 4 test tubes sits there as a quiet, unmistakable result. The student remembers that a colorless result means no magical talent at all. He is outraged and cannot believe he could be completely talentless. If the test is accurate, it means no elemental spirit has ever blessed him. As Emperor Stormgale, he cannot understand how this could happen. Believing they made a mistake, his students suggest retaking the test. He holds on to the hope that it is a mistake, but it is not. No matter how often they tried, the tubes remained colorless. Broken by the devastating truth, he can only cry out in despair. Desperate cries for Lord Eftel reverberate through a dark, shifting space. Behind bars, someone calls to Eftel, their voice full of concern. An anxious elven woman looks toward a house as a racking cough drifts on the wind. Wrapped in a blanket, she listens as coughing keeps coming from the closed-off room. A do not enter sign hangs on the door while a barefoot person calls Eftel's name. In the cluttered room, frail Lord Eftel lies in bed, coughing hard. Clutching his chest, he feebly pants for breath, sweat beading on his weary face. A single tear runs down his cheek, his eye filled with sorrow. On his deathbed, he remembers the other sages' ethereal figures, still full of wonder. Memories of his lifelong struggle, running up an impossible staircase and never reaching his peers. A swirling abstract image captures the chaos of his thoughts and the fading of his life. A broken test tube shows the painful truth he has finally accepted. He has no talent. He lets out a choked gasp and clutches his chest in his final moments. A memory of his comrades casting a powerful spell surfaces, and he did his best to survive. Looking back, he sees how the chosen sages blessed by spirits left him far behind. Agony twists his face as a final guttural sound leaves his lips. In the end, he is consumed by self-pity, holding onto an empty hope for far too long. Overcome by rage, he curses his fate and his powerlessness, calling himself a talentless fool. Lord Eftel dies in a final, violent convulsion. After death, a black void appears as abstract shapes begin to form and come together. Geometric patterns flash and shift, coming together to form a complex structure. Patterns keep converging into a diamond shape at the center. A dark, textured sigil takes shape, humming with hidden power. A glowing magic circle forms, showing that the skill granted to him is reincarnation. Kneeling in a white void, a man gasps for air as he wakes. A flicker of memory crosses his face as he confirms a long-forgotten thought. Pushing himself up, he realizes that after 50 years he'd forgotten he still had this skill. Looking up, he remembers he learned this skill just before he became Eftel. An ethereal goddess greets him and notes his unbreakable will, a skill she granted him. Smiling softly, she admits that seeing him try so hard warmed her heart. Startled, Eftel looks up as the pieces of his past begin to fall into place. Now he understands why he could never give up on anything. Spreading her arms, the goddess says she will give him a second chance at reincarnation. In a bright void, a blank-eyed goddess grants a soul 2 special abilities. She proposes accelerated growth, but the soul, a man named Eftel, flatly rejects it. He turns away and insists he doesn't need her blessings or divine help. Smirking confidently, he says he needs only his own mind. Admiring his self-reliant spirit, the goddess hums as he walks away. Praising him for becoming emperor by his own effort, she offers one final truth. He wonders if she is flattering him when she says the selection is complete. Smiling serenely, the goddess asks whether he is ready for his reincarnation. Eftel calmly looks up and offers a final thanks. He dissolves into a swirl of light as she wishes him good luck. Reborn, a young boy groans in his sleep as a wisp of energy rises. He jerks upright in bed and lets out a terrified scream. Clutching his head, he is flooded with memories he recognizes as his. On his bed, he sits disoriented, his head spinning. At the top of the stairs, he doubts who he is. Everything seems to tilt when he looks down the long flight of stairs. Cautiously, he approaches a tall, arched mirror to see his new reflection. He sees his young face for the first time and gasps in utter shock. A phantom image of his past self appears as he confirms his name is Eftel. Born this way, he knows his memory was sealed until he was old enough. He clenches his fist, determined to make the most of this second chance and become the strongest mage. Suddenly, an idea hits him, and he rushes down the hallway with purpose. Returning with an armful of glassware, he lets them clink as he walks. Inside his room, he carefully places the glasses on a small table. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he braces for what comes next. Once the glasses are arranged, he announces it is time for the magical aptitude test. Pinching his cheek, he steels himself and calls on the spirits to answer him. He drops a strand of hair into a glass that pleads to be blessed with talent. The water stays still, and he accepts the expected disappointment. He smiles sadly, accepting that the result is nothing. Reflecting on his boast to the goddess, he realizes he is starting at a disadvantage. Later, he crawls across a field, admitting a deep, nagging worry. Collapsing on the grass, he sinks into despair, doubting he will ever truly surpass talent. After inventing a Tier X spell, a dark-haired young man quietly fears history, repeating and hits his limits. A dark-haired boy sits in a grassy field, weighing a tough decision. Far above the clouds, a fearsome winged dragon soars. A close-up shows the dragon's colossal, ancient head with drool dripping from its maw. A fearsome cry reveals the creature to be a dragon. The beast's eye burns with intense fury, showing it has been provoked. Startled, the boy runs away, wondering why the dragon has appeared here. Panic hits him when he realizes the creature is heading for the nearby houses and will cause disaster. The frantic run stops short when a thought hits him. Overwhelming despair hits him as he remembers he is only a powerless 4-year-old. A band of mounted knights spots the fleeing dragon and immediately gives chase. The knights are alarmed to see the creature heading straight for the capital. The dragon gives another deep roar as it soars over the small village below. The boy watches it go, wishing he had been an early bloomer with magic. Alone, he wishes he could cast his original powerful spell to stop the beast. Grim resolve drives him to attempt to cast his ultimate Tier X spell, Eftel. A snap of his fingers begins the spell's complex, powerful incantation. An intricate web of glowing magical runes forms around him. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes something is terribly wrong. The charging knights freeze as the dragon roars, apparently struck by an unseen force. A huge glowing magic circle forms around the boy, leaving him utterly bewildered. Caught in a vortex of his own magic, he cries out in confusion and alarm. A massive bolt of lightning bursts from the ground and hurls him into the air. Thrown from their horses, the knights look for the source of the cataclysmic event. A raging storm of black and white lightning completely engulfs the dragon. Thrown to the ground, the boy reels and wonders if he somehow cast his final spell. Lying in the grass, he notices a soft thumping sound nearby. Panicking, he scrambles away as thick black liquid starts splattering around him. Huge chunks of the dragon's cooked flesh fall from the sky with heavy thuds. Overwhelmed by the grotesque, horrifying downpour, the boy screams. A massive, steaming chunk of the dragon's carcass slams down beside him. Cowering on the ground, he lets out one last terrified scream. A final distant blast marks the end of the violent, chaotic event. Gasping for air, the boy's face is red and streaked with sweat. Smoldering and lifeless, the massive dragon's body lies still and silent. Standing before the huge, defeated beast, he surveys the wreckage. He looks down at his hand, which still crackles with lingering electricity. He recalls that his power was already there at age 4 and still remains. He knows he still wields the same formidable powers as Eftel the Sage. 3 years fly by as he devotes himself to his studies. Intense research leads to one clear, powerful conclusion. He is certain he has been reborn into the same world. A panoramic view shows the world he once knew, 400 years after his death. In his book-filled room, he answers a knock at the door. A young man thanks the boy's mother for traveling all the way for her brother. At his desk, the boy watches their exchange in silence. His mother hands over a wax-sealed envelope and apologizes that the funds are small. Gratefully, the man accepts the money and promises to use it wisely. The boy's inner thoughts show he now lives alone with his mother. He believes their family is poor because his mother lacks magic. He tells himself the man providing the money is not his father. The visitor turns out to be his kind, caring older brother, Frasier. A diagram shows he was reborn into a ducal line as his own direct descendant. A memory shows young Eftel innocently asking his brother about their father. A troubled look crosses Frasier's face as he prepares to answer the difficult question. He apologizes and says their father is too busy to take time off. The young Eftel gives a soft, disappointed sigh. It pains him that he has never once met his father. The image shows his powerful father, the Duke of Alcott, a leading figure among mages. We see the Duke's complicated family, including his legal wife and 9 concubines. Other women looked down on his mother because she had no magical talent. As a result, Eftel was treated as an outcast and seen as an illegitimate child. Furious, the Duke's wife finally drove the untalented mother and son away. They now live in exile in a modest country house far from the capital. Frasier could not tolerate their unfair treatment and decided to help however he could. He regularly checks on them out of kindness to make sure they have everything they need. His mother kindly offers their guest a cup of hot tea. She tells him to let the tea cool, and he admits the odds are against him. Confident despite the challenges, he believes he can carve his own path to the top. Frasier shifts the conversation to Eftel's future ambitions. Breathing in the fragrant steam, he asks Eftel what he wants to do when he's older. Eftel enthusiastically declares he wants to become a mage. He outlines his ambitious plan to enroll at the academy to develop research skills. His mother's sudden movement stops his excited outburst. Wrapping him in a tight, trembling hug, she muffles his words against her. She says the mandatory aptitude test already showed he has no talent. Steeled with desperate resolve, she reveals her plan for his future. She plans to have him learn swordsmanship and enroll in the military college. Frasier's face brightens as he says it's a great idea. He proudly says he is an officer and a graduate of that college. He admits his choice came from youthful rebellion against his father's path. Now he can say with pride that he made the right choice for himself. A rare and valuable magic swordsman, he has demonstrated his tremendous value. A bright "oh yeah" suddenly reminds him of his plan. Free today, he eagerly offers to teach Eftel swordsmanship. Eftel's mother eagerly accepts on his behalf, which horrifies the boy. Held in her embrace, his teacup tips over and his dreams are pushed aside. In a clearing, Frasier tells him to put strength into his wrists. With surprising power, Eftel swings his wooden sword. Frasier offers encouragement and praises his excellent form and lively spirit. Genuinely impressed, he says Eftel has a real talent with the sword. Out of breath, Eftel takes in the new information with a thoughtful look. He realizes his brother is tutoring him because his brother thinks he lacks magic. Frasier has been looking out for him and guiding him toward the military because he cares. Despite his brother's good intentions, he chooses a different path. Face set with grim determination, he stops and calls to his brother. Frasier pauses and asks if he's tired or if something is wrong. Eftel makes one last desperate plea for his dream, saying he wants to go. Frasier is stunned by his younger brother's intense, unwavering declaration. Sighing wearily, he let his shoulders slump in resignation. Kneeling before the small boy, he prepares to listen to what the boy has to say. Sunlight filters through the trees as a kind Frasier explains that everyone has strengths. Fixing his gaze on the distant academy, Eftel resolves to find a way to overcome the limits of his magical aptitude. Frasier finally gives in, saying simply, "Fine," leaving a surprised Eftel standing stunned. Shifting tactics, Frasier proposes a test to demonstrate a spell for Eftel. He will vouch for Eftel's talents if the boy can even imperfectly replicate it. The young boy breaks into a joyful cheer, excited by the simple-sounding challenge. Eftel bounces with excitement, surprised at how easy the task is. Frasier quietly resolves to teach Eftel the harsh, cruel truth about the real world. From a distance, Eftel's voice announces he is starting and tells you not to look away. Smiling confidently, the boy eagerly confirms he understands the challenge. Frasier lets out a powerful shout, thrusts his hands forward, and begins casting his spell. His chant calls on Sylphie, the wind spirit, to answer his summons. He asks the spirit for the power to use a divine cyclone against his enemies. Confusion crosses Eftel's face as he tries to understand why his brother is reciting a chant. He casts his Tier 2 spell Wind Edge, launching a disc of wind forward. The razor-sharp wind disc spins rapidly as it flies toward its target. The Wind Edge spell slams into a thick tree in the clearing with a powerful impact. The tree trunk groans and cracks, unable to withstand the force of the magical assault. Severed treetop topples and crashes loudly onto the forest floor. Panting heavily, Frasier stands exhausted after casting his spell. Smugly, he asks if Eftel is impressed by his divine talent, showing obvious pride. Frasier boasts as Eftel watches, unimpressed and clearly expecting more. Breathing hard, he starts to explain the extensive training required for such a spell. Casually flicking his wrist, Eftel prepares to cast his own spell. Eftel unleashes a colossal vortex of wind that dwarfs his brother's earlier spell. Frasier's face twists in shock and disbelief as he lets out a stunned scream. Sheer power from the spell rips through the land, wiping out a stretch of forest. A concussive blast throws Frasier back, and he grunts as he fights to stay on his feet. Afterward, Frasier trembles, his face frozen with horror. Eftel remains calm, completely unfazed amid the destruction he just caused. Frasier reels, realizing a 7-year-old could cast such a powerful spell without any chance. Realizing a child cannot cast silently, his strength gives out and he collapses. On his knees, Frasier stammers his brother's name and asks what he did. The boy looks at his brother with innocent confusion and asks what's wrong. Sheepishly, he admits he forgot to copy the spell and accidentally fired a Tier 4. Frasier shrieks in horror, asking if his brother knows Tier 4 is high-level magic. Eftel, looking puzzled, says calmly that Tier 4 spells are low-level magic. Frasier pleads for an explanation, but Eftel knows he cannot admit he has been reincarnated. He says his body is gradually adapting and relearning his old knowledge. He says his brain is struggling to keep up with all the new knowledge as he grows. Quietly and confidently, he says that at his best a Tier X spell is simple. Horror floods Frasier's mind at the mention of an impossible Tier X spell. Mind reeling, he realizes Tier 10 spells are lost lore as his soul leaves his body. Startled, Eftel did not expect his brother to react so strongly to his words. Frasier collapses and lies unconscious as Eftel calls his name and rushes to his side. A familiar feeling tells Eftel something is wrong as he looks down at his brother. He remembers the dragon incident, when the beast was found completely burned from the inside. He remembers people crediting their salvation to divine protection, which he did not understand then. The two events click into place, and he becomes certain of his suspicion. He concludes that he has missed some important knowledge from the past 4 centuries. Their quiet country house sits peacefully, smoke curling from the chimney into the sky. Eftel pores over books in his study to find the cause of the mystery. A decisive thud closes the large tome, his research seemingly complete. Clarity fills his eyes as he finally sees the truth of the situation. He is struck by a startling realization that magic in this world has sharply declined. A chart shows a dramatic difference between past and present spell classifications. He also knows that spells are no longer cast without chanting. He understands the shock his brother felt at seeing a child silently cast Tier 4 magic. Eftel looks at his unconscious brother and feels guilty for his mistake. Frasier snaps upright in bed, blinking, his eyes wide with fear. Disoriented and frantic, Frasier grabs his younger brother, who is still shaken by the memory. Frasier demands to know how a 7-year-old managed to cast a spell with no chance. Feigning ignorance, Eftel simply asks his brother what he is talking about. His brother's feigned ignorance left Frasier confused for days. Eftel makes up a story blaming Frasier's powerful spell for knocking him out. Still dazed, Frasier struggles to process it and questions whether that happened. Relieved, Frasier laughs it off and decides it must have all been a dream. He convinces himself there's no other way to explain what happened. Eftel cheekily remembers using his brother's absence to test more spells. Wooden swords clash sharply as their training begins. After agreeing to consider the military college, they begin training together regularly. Frasier coaches his brother energetically, pushing him to charge in without hesitation. Calm and practiced, Frasier easily dodges his brother's attack. A quick hook catches Eftel's leg, trips the boy, and sends his weapon flying. Eftel pushes himself up from the ground, fists clenched in the dirt. Laughing, Frasier points out his brother put too much weight into the lunge. Eftel privately confirms he has no intention of attending the military college. He grits his teeth, unsure whether his past life's unbreakable will is affecting him now. Angry about losing, Eftel demands another round and earns Frasier's praise. Training intensifies as Frasier lands a solid blow on his determined brother. They spend each day in a relentless cycle of fights, with training that never ends. At 10 years old, Eftel stands calmly on a pillar beside a roaring waterfall. His eyes snap open, showing a fierce determination steadied by focused discipline. A powerful slice cleanly splits a large piece of falling debris in two. Moving with swift, precise motions, he nimbly dodges other falling debris. Landing with perfect balance, he settles on a massive log floating in the churning water. Running across the log, he strikes it repeatedly to keep his incredible balance. Leaping high, he aims at a floating sphere of water, used as a practice target. The sword slices the water sphere, spraying droplets in all directions. A muscular figure stands firm in heavy rain, proof of his immense strength. He looks back on his unexpected dedication to swordsmanship, a path unrelated to magic. Frasier calls from across the water, beckoning Eftel to join him. Smiling, he admits his goal is now to become the strongest magic swordsman. A quiet, reflective shot of the young boy with a thoughtful, determined expression. In a flashback, Frasier eagerly calls Eftel for their regular training session. The scene shows their established routine of training with swords together 3 times a week. Frasier says today is special because he has brought a guest to their session. With a flourish, he announces he has brought a special coach to teach Eftel. Eftel looks comically shocked and bewildered by this new development. A heavy, intimidating thud announces the guest coach's boots as they step into view. Massive, bald, and stern-faced, a man looms over a young boy and asks whether this is the kid he was told about. Frasier, the boy's blonde companion, confirms this is his younger brother Eftel. Frasier introduces the imposing guest Mariah, the former knight captain commander of the Knights of Azure. Eftel looks up at the towering figure, stunned by the man's immense size. Wasting no time, Mariah looks down at the boy and says it's time for them to begin. Casually tossing a wooden sword, he invites Eftel to attack however he likes. From the sidelines, Frasier cheers loudly, urging Eftel to give it his best shot. Eftel instantly sees his opponent's guard is flawless and appears impenetrable. With a serious look, the boy realizes this man is incredibly strong. Mariah taunts the boy for hesitating, asking whether he came all this way just to stare. Sweat beads on Eftel's brow as the veteran warrior's immense, paralyzing pressure bears down on him. The young boy realizes it's not that he doesn't want to move, but that he physically can't. Growing impatient, Mariah says he'll go first and lunges forward in a powerful stride. In a shocking burst of speed, the giant warrior closes the distance, his sword a blur. Eftel reels at his opponent's blinding speed, realizing he didn't even see him draw his weapon. Mariah glares with contempt and scoffs that the boy is far too slow and weak. Eftel responds defiantly and resolves to fight back as a swirling aura wraps his body. Shouting mana augmentation, he unleashes his latent power. Mariah shows his surprise, impressed that a boy so young can already control his behavior. A sharp thwack rings as their swords clash, and newly empowered Eftel meets the veteran's attack. They trade rapid, powerful blows in a relentless barrage. Laughing, Mariah admits to Frasier that the kid clearly has what it takes to earn a recommendation. Frasier confirms it with an enthusiastic yes, clearly proud of his younger brother's performance. For a moment, Eftel is distracted and puzzled by the mention of a recommendation. Frasier remembers that during their regular training sessions, Eftel would unconsciously wrap his arms in mana. A flashback shows Frasier asking a younger Eftel if he can control the mana in his body. He tells the boy that mana can give a brief boost to his physical abilities. Although many thought he had no talent, Eftel controlled his mana with unnatural ease. Frasier had believed the boy's skill matched that of a legendary sage. Back in the present, Eftel smirks, aware that his remarkable skill comes from a past life as a sage. Stunned, the veteran warrior gasps at the boy's incredible display of skill. Mariah bursts into loud laughter, amused at the irony of a talentless kid who is a master of mana control. From the sidelines, Frasier grits his teeth, knowing he could end the fight instantly with his magic. Gripping his sword firmly, Eftel steels himself for the next phase of the fight. A victory won by his magic would mean nothing to him right now. His new goal is to push past his limits in swordsmanship rather than rely on his old powerful tricks. A victory achieved with his past life's magic would feel hollow and meaningless. He steels himself and sharpens his focus because in this particular battle, determined to win with his sword, he charges at Mariah, who is still laughing. Mariah easily parries the boy's desperate charge, even as his greater strength threatens to overpower the smaller fighter. Mocking Eftel's weakness, he locks blades in a tense test of raw strength. Mariah shoves hard, easily sending the smaller boy stumbling backward across the clearing. Eftel tries to block the heavy downward strike, but fails and realizes his opponent is too strong. Mariah tells the boy his swordsmanship is lacking and that their physical differences decided the match. Sneering, he says Eftel is a runt, 3 years too young to beat him. Without warning, Eftel deliberately releases his sword, sending it flying. Mariah's eyes snap open in surprise, his attack faltering for a split second. The veteran warrior reels from the boy's bold, unpredictable move. Eftel spins his sword through the air, creating a brief, perfect distraction. While Mariah is distracted by the flying weapon, Eftel bursts into motion. Closing the distance with incredible speed, he stuns his opponent. Frasier, watching from the sidelines, says he's stunned by the boy's impossible speed. Eftel launches into a spinning mid-air move, his body a blur. He drives his leg in a powerful kick aimed directly at the side of Mariah's head. The kick lands with a thunderous impact, sending birds scattering from the trees. The massive former knight captain slams to the ground, defeated by the boy's stunning technique. The veteran warrior lies on his back in the rubble, staring up in stunned silence. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Frasier pumps his fist and murmurs his approval of the move. Eftel stares at his hands, shaken by an instinctive, unplanned movement. He realizes his body has moved on its own, using a technique he had long forgotten. A judo throw he learned during training 2 entire lifetimes ago surfaces in his memory. A smile crosses his face as he realizes he still remembers how to use the technique after all these years. Mariah sits up, not angry, but laughing loudly at being thrown so spectacularly by a runt. Having heard about expert fighters in the East, he never expected to meet a 10-year-old. Playfully thwacking Eftel's head, he admits defeat and declares the boy has passed the test. Confused and rubbing his sore head, Eftel doesn't understand which test his opponent means. Turning to Frasier, he asks for an explanation of the mysterious test. Feeling sheepish, Frasier admits he forgot to mention an important detail about their guest. He makes a grand announcement, revealing Mariah is actually the headmaster of Azure's military college. Eftel falls silent as horror dawns, and he realizes what this means for him. Frasier says cheerfully that he has earned a place at the college and that it will make his mother proud. Eftel screams inside, wondering how his simple training session became such a complicated mess. Later, the sky darkens as clouds gather and a storm begins to rumble. Back at their home, the wind whips violently as the family rushes to bring in the laundry. Frasier suddenly worries that Eftel might still be out training in this weather. His mother confirms that he is, her face showing concern for her son. As the first raindrops fall, she quietly hopes he won't catch a cold. In the heart of the woods, Eftel releases his full power with a devastating Tier X spell. He stands in a focused stance as a glowing, intricate magic circle materializes before him. Intense concentration shows on his face as he channels a massive amount of energy. A towering column of raw white energy bursts from the ground, ripping through the forest canopy. Surveying the massive crater his spell left, he notices a slight delay when casting Tier 9 and 10 spells. Grateful for the heavy rain, he smiles as it provides perfect cover for his secret practice. A quiet moment breaks as Frasier runs through the trees toward him, calling his name. Breathing hard, Frasier explains he saw ominous lightning nearby and feared the worst for his brother. Eftel quickly pretends to be exhausted after routine training, while insisting he is completely fine and uninjured. Relieved, Frasier catches his breath and scolds him for giving such a scare. Grabbing Eftel by the shoulders, he reminds him firmly that he'll enroll in the military college next year. 1 year later, Eftel has outwardly agreed to enroll at the college, much to Frasier's delight. Deep down, the young boy still clings to his secret ambition. By tradition, noble children in their world leave home at 15 to become adults. Now 14, Eftel knows this tradition applies to him too. A hard expression forms as he weighs his options, knowing he must decide. He keeps telling himself he does not want to go to the military college, despite the difficulty. At 15, he is determined to leave home to pursue his own goal. Determined to enroll at the Magic Academy and prove his worth at any cost. His quiet declaration of intent is cut short when Frasier calls his name from behind. Frasier excitedly tells his younger brother he has great news. The scene moves to the family's modest rustic home, where this important news will be shared. At the small dining table, Eftel's mother leans forward and asks Frasier if what he told them is true. Smiling confidently, Frasier announces their father has agreed to meet Eftel. The news that they will meet Duke Alcott leaves Eftel and his mother speechless. Moved to tears, the mother thanks Frasier for his tireless efforts. Eftel watches silently and speaks softly to his crying mother. Overwhelmed with joy, she jumps up and pulls Eftel into a tight hug. In a quiet, emotional whisper, she says their father has finally accepted him as his own son. Embraced, Eftel thinks about the 14 years his father ignored him. Jokingly, he says his mother is smothering him with a hug. Frasier wipes his eye, moved to tears and genuinely happy for his brother. Through her tears, the mother praises Frasier for his constant, devoted support. Eftel renews his vow to love his family and to protect their happiness. They arrive at the imposing Alcott Palace, their father's grand residence. Agreeing for his family's sake, Eftel feels a secret thrill upon meeting his descendant. It amazes him that this lavish mansion belongs to his own descendant. Announcing their arrival, an attendant is led through the estate's ornate doors. Inside the grand hall, Eftel is left completely awestruck by the exquisite decorations. His eyes widen, showing both excitement and nervousness as they proceed. Duke Alcott, the family's stern patriarch, lounges on the sofa and grunts dismissively. Nearby stands Joachim, a bald, severe-looking man with an imposing air. Eftel's mother stands respectfully, hands nervously clasped in front of her. The Duke gives the newcomers a cold, unforgiving look. When Joachim steps forward to greet them, his mother gives a deep, nervous bow. Joachim watches the proceedings with a detached, severe look on his stoic face. Eftel introduces himself cheerfully and says he has long wanted to meet his father. The Duke fixes him with a cold glare and immediately insists on a formal address. Cruelly, he tells Eftel that he is an illegitimate disgrace to the Alcott bloodline. Harsh words, illegitimate and disgrace, hit Eftel like a physical blow. Stunned, Eftel thinks this is a terrible way to be welcomed after 14 years. Stammering, he gives the corrected formal address to the Duke with a trembling voice. The Duke laments that a scion of Emperor Stormgill's famed bloodline lacks talent. Pointing at the portrait, he is sure their great ancestor is crying in his grave. A stoic image of the legendary Emperor Stormgill, Eftel's past self, appears. Eftel agrees quietly, picturing his ancestor weeping over how rotten his descendant has become. The Duke says he heard that the military college scouted Eftel for his sword skills. Eftel nervously confirms he was scouted. The Duke suddenly bursts out and loudly declares it excellent news. Eftel is completely baffled and confused by his seemingly joyful reaction. For a moment, Eftel thinks his father might not be as bad as he first thought. The Duke's true motive is revealed. He no longer has to waste money on Eftel. A sudden, shocking realization hits Eftel like a blow. The Duke says the school will now cover all expenses and provide a salary. Triumphant, he bellows that he no longer has to pay for Eftel's worthless hide. As Eftel turns to leave, the Duke commands him not to bring shame on their family name. Eftel quietly gives up his earlier hope, realizing with disgust that his father is utter scum. He stood silent, thinking he had been summoned all this way only to be insulted to his face. Calling Joachim over, the Duke refers to his other son Eftel as a bastard. He orders Joachim to make sure Eftel is fit to enroll at the college as an Alcott. Joachim accepts the order with a menacing grin, ready to command the dog. At last Eftel understands with cold certainty the violent reason he was summoned. A vast sunlit courtyard awaits a brutal confrontation. Frasier urgently warns Eftel to listen closely and stay on guard. Adjusting Eftel's armor, he says this is more than a sparring match. He notes that Joachim's sword skills are far beyond his years. A flashback shows a younger Joachim bloodied, yet triumphant as a master of the blade. Frasier warns that Joachim, unlike their kind mentor Sir Mariah, will not hold back. He pleads with Eftel to announce his surrender as soon as he feels he is in real danger. Eftel is left wondering how he could have earned such deep hatred from his family. Eftel makes a sharp move and stands ready, his expression steady for the coming duel. Joachim taunts him from across the yard, and Eftel replies firmly that he will not run. Joachim's face slips into a mocking, condescending smirk as he gets ready. He casually tosses a wooden sword to Eftel and tells him to catch it. Catching it, Eftel is stunned by how heavy the practice sword is. The heavy weapon settles into his grip with a solid thud. He wonders why this sword is much heavier than a normal one. Joachim explains that the blade he was given is not a regular training blade. He notes it's made of exceptionally heavy wood and raises a chilling hypothetical. Eftel demands to know what he means by that sinister, threatening implication. Joachim erupts in anger, his voice a low growl as he calls Eftel and his mother stupid. A vicious insult aimed at his mother makes Eftel's eyes narrow in cold anger. Joachim vows to teach them what it truly means to belong to the family. Sneering, he says no one in the family ever liked Eftel or his mother. One memory shows his mother being dismissed as a talentless pig. Joachim says she begged their father for a child, hoping it would be born with great power. He spits that all she managed to bear was a useless, talentless waste of space like Eftel. Malice twists his face as he admits he wants to kill her over the family's dishonor. Joachim swings his heavy club, taunting his bastard brother as he attacks. Eftel can't believe this vile, monstrous man is his brother. Knowing this cruel man is a relative fills him with utter disgust. Joachim keeps taunting Eftel, pushing him to fight and accusing him of wetting his pants. Eftel clenches his teeth, unable to believe this man could be part of his family. The final vile insult about his mother shatters the last of Eftel's composure. Shock turns into a white-hot rage when he realizes this monster is his descendant. Declaring the situation over is a cruel joke. He springs into action at blinding speed. Expecting a cowering victim, Joachim is caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. Staggering back, he is stunned by how fast and fierce Eftel's advance is. Watching from the sidelines, Frasier realizes Joachim isn't even using mana augmentation to fight. Joachim's claim to mastery was just a lie he told to boost his ego. Eftel parries Joachim's heavy blow with practiced skill, the impact echoing through the courtyard. Screaming, "I've got you now," in a manic voice, Joachim prepares to unleash his power. At last, he taps into his true strength and invokes a powerful mana augmentation. Frasier watches in horror as a dark, oppressive energy swirls around Joachim. Two brothers clash in a desperate battle of wills, their powerful auras radiating outward. Unable to accept it, Joachim screams and cannot understand how he is losing the contest of strength. He refuses to accept that someone he considered completely talentless is overpowering him. Eftel's immense counterattack shatters Joachim's weapon and his skeleton. A sickening crack echoes across the courtyard as the final, devastating blow lands. The strike's impact is total and overwhelming. A hit sends Joachim soaring into the air, his body spinning helplessly from the impact. He hits the stone floor hard, his face smashed and bleeding from the impact. Seated, the Duke can only stare with his mouth open and utter stunned disbelief. Dark-haired young woman watches, hands over her mouth in shock. Nearby, a young blonde man stares with the same wide-eyed disbelief. In the courtyard, a muscular man is knocked backward by a powerful blow. The victor delivers a cold warning to his opponent not to sully his mother's name again. His defeated brother, Joachim, struggles to his feet and demands to know how he dares to leave. When Joachim repeats the insult, his opponent issues a dark threat. Eftel's eyes glow as he vows to kill him if he says that word again. Joachim lets out a raw, terrified shriek, his bravado completely shattered. The sword clatters to the ground as he collapses, utterly defeated. The victor Eftel turns his back, unsure what just happened. Joachim reels, unable to fathom how the inexperienced boy got such terrifying eyes. A sheathed sword and its scabbard hit the ground with a final clang. Later, elsewhere on the estate, Eftel tells his mother they are done. Her expression turns to surprise as she looks at him. She asks with a touch of uncertainty whether he is truly her son, Eftel. Smiling brightly, he extends his hand to confirm he is her only son. Gently, he takes her hand, an intricate pattern visible on the back of his. With a warm smile, his mother agrees it's time to go home. When they turn to leave, Frasier, the blonde man, calls out to them. Turning, Eftel gives his respected father a cheerful farewell wave. Placing a hand over his heart, he thanks the man formally for the invitation. The imposing Duke Alcott accepts and wishes him luck at the military college. Eftel, his mother, and Frasier take one final deep bow before leaving. Walking through town, Eftel apologizes to his mother for what happened that day. He thinks it's been 400 years. He's disgusted that his descendants are so vile. His mother teases him, saying he sounds like an embarrassed parent. Laughing it off, he admits he's weird and says he's, in a way, their father. He admits he was still unaware of that at the time. He never imagined his first fight would be with family. A sharp transition panel cuts away to mark a new scene in time. Several days later, we see the kingdom of Azure inside a solitary country house. A booming voice echoes across the kingdom and commands the massive gate to open. The heavy iron gate groans and slowly rises. A heavy thud and the gate swings open to reveal a group of waiting soldiers. A knight lifts a horn to his lips, ready to blow the call to march. A powerful blast signals the start of the campaign. The Knights of Azure's horses trot forward as their journey begins. Citizens cheer loudly, urging the knights to oppose their Greek adversaries. Three cloaked figures watch the fervent procession with grim, silent faces. They head through the city to the Grand Alcott Palace. At the palace, they knock to announce their late visit to Duke Alcott. Spies report the military has been sent on a crusade. Eagerly, the Duke asks whether the barbarians he hired are ready. His informant says the advanced troops are already in position. Outside the capital, a vast barbarian army has gathered in a rugged encampment. At the signal, the barbarian leader orders his men to kill them all. Now that the kingdom's defenses are gone, Duke Alcott announces he will launch his coup. It has been nearly 2 weeks since Eftel's tense meeting with his father. A mother in a distant house calls Eftel in for dinner. Eftel is puzzled by how quiet his father's faction has been since their meeting. Sudden violent bangs rattle the front door. His mother wonders who might be at the door while Eftel agrees to answer it. Eftel unlatches the door and calmly asks who is there. A plate of food hits the floor, splattering with a wet sound. Eftel looks up from the mess, his face a mask of pure surprise. A massive armored man fills the doorway, making his mother shriek. Exhausted, the man apologizes for frightening them and says it's an emergency. At his side, a wounded young knight cradles a precious swaddled bundle. The bundle turns out to be a curly-haired baby, peacefully cooing. Eftel freezes, stunned to find a baby on his doorstep. The transition panel moves the story back to earlier events. 12 hours earlier, the scene shifts to the magnificent kingdom of Azure. The royal guard stationed in the king's castle defends the kingdom. A young knight steps up to a towering officer with a thick mustache. The officer asked why the guard is being reinforced with new college recruits. The knight says they have information about a plot against the crown prince. He outlines the kingdom's political split between the king's and the chancellor's factions. The chancellor's faction had long hoped to inherit the throne. A miracle happened, and the king finally had a son. The chancellor's supporters grew angry and started plotting in secret. News of a plot to assassinate the prince put everyone on edge. The knight discovers that his father, Duke Alcott, leads the chancellor's faction. A frantic messenger bursts in, shouting that barbarians are attacking the city. The mustached officer and the knight are shocked by the news. A blast shakes the city scene from a high castle window. The knight calls the situation a disaster and orders them to secure the prince at once. Barbarians storm into the hall, and their victims scream in terror. A mustached officer fights fiercely to repel the invading barbarians. Young Knight Frasier recoils in horror as the chaos unfolds. A desperate battle rages around the baby prince's ornate cradle. An enemy is hurled through a window as glass showers down. Frasier's face is frozen in horror and desperation as he fights. With grim determination, the mustached officer fights to protect his charge. Frasier bravely shields someone from a vicious, sweeping attack. The scene shifts back to the present at the isolated country house on the hill. Frasier tells of their desperate flight to find a safe haven for the prince. Inside the house, a small group gathers and tension fills the room. Eftel soothes the crying baby, still unable to believe the situation. He can't imagine anyone trying to kill a helpless baby. Frasier wonders how the barbarians managed to breach the castle's defenses. He worries his father, the Duke, may be involved. Eftel is shocked that one of his descendants caused this. Sir Mariah, the mustached officer, asks what they should do next. Frasier decides they must take the prince to the safety of the frontier. They plan to hand the prince over to the royal army. Gazing out the window, Sir Mariah wears a grim, resolute expression. Worried about the prince in the freezing night air, he voices his concern. Dawn arrives with the soft chirping of birds on a branch. Eftel's mother wishes Frasier and Mariah a safe journey as they set off. Two men start to leave when a voice from behind pleads for them to wait. Eftel, a young man in light armor, steps forward with a determined look. With a determined look, he earnestly asks to be allowed to join them. Memories flash back to being honored by a king after defeating the demon lord. Holding the crying infant prince, he vows to protect the kingdom. Sir Mariah, a large warrior, laughs and welcomes the much-needed help. Eftel's face hardens as he thinks about the duty he has just taken on. He vows to unleash the full power of his spells on his dishonorable descendants. Waving goodbye, he silently apologizes to his mother for what he did. He cannot bring himself to forgive his father for this act of treason. The newly formed party maps a dangerous route across the plains and through the forest. Carrying the prince, Sir Mariah suddenly feels something is wrong. Deep in the woods, a rustle signals an unseen presence. 5 brutish barbarians step out of the trees, weapons drawn. Sir Mariah curses aloud as they realize they've walked straight into an ambush. The barbarian leader threatens that they must hand over the prince to save their lives. Mariah stares down at the crying infant, aware that one of them must protect him. Quickly, he works out the grim odds and sees only 2 of them are combat-ready. The veteran warrior steps forward bravely to face all 5 enemies alone. A flash of impossible speed sends the barbarians flying through the air. Mariah and his companions are stunned by the sudden turn of events. They wonder whether their enemies were somehow defeated in a single, impossible instant. Eftel stands over the fallen, breathing slightly after his incredible show of force. A defeated barbarian watches in utter terror, unable to believe it. Spotting a lone survivor fleeing and screaming for his mother, Eftel prepares to chase him. He shouts, ready to chase down the last enemy. Frasier urgently calls for Eftel to stop chasing him and to come back. He admits that defeating them all could be safer. Their top priority is getting the heir to safety, which Eftol accepts. Frasier praises Eftel's impressive skill despite a brief lapse in judgment. He notes Eftel's swordsmanship now rivals even Sir Mariah's. Eftel shyly brushes off his friend's generous praise. Privately, Mariah admits Eftel may be faster, and he blames his own advancing age. That idea provokes competitive indignation in the proud old warrior. His fighting spirit surges back, refusing to accept he is the slower one. Losing his temper, he brushes off Frasier's concern, and they move on. The three companions press on through the thick woods, their tension growing. Eftel senses a strange presence in the air and hears an odd sound. Something about the eerily quiet forest feels wrong to him. He turns to his brother, a bead of sweat on his brow. Frasier notices the unnatural stillness. All the animals and birds are gone. Eftel admits his brother also noticed the ominous silence. Suddenly distant, powerful explosions shake the forest. A concussive blast tore through the trees with immense force. Powerful shockwaves keep tearing through the nearby woods. Startled by the unseen magical assault, the trio goes on high alert. A crackle of magical energy hangs in the air before them. Detecting the ionization, Frasier knows it is a clear sign that powerful magic is being cast. He knows staying would be a disaster. Shouting, he tells them to take cover quickly among the trees. All three run for their lives, panting as they push through the undergrowth. Frasier suddenly skids to a stop, yelling at them to halt. At the edge of the woods, he sees an army lined up before them. A mask of shock and dawning horror spreads across his face. Vast ranks of soldiers stand in precise formation across the plains. He knew they were operating in plain sight, but the scale was staggering. He spots the ducal mage corps banners snapping in the wind. Sir Mariah watches with a grim, knowing look and anger barely under control. The sheer audacity of the force assembled before them leaves him stunned. Frasier recognizes the emblem of his father's private army. Mariah asks whether they plan to bombard the whole forest with spells. Eftel's expression tightens as the situation grows more serious. Flames burst up behind them, cutting off their escape. Frasier realizes the explosions were intended to smoke them out. Mariah realizes they are being driven out of the forest on purpose. Playfully, he tugs the crying prince's cheek to soothe him. Frasier pleads urgently for any way to save the prince. Charging the army would be hopeless, he concludes. They would be sitting ducks. Caught between the army and the fire, they have nowhere to run. Mariah grimly says they are trapped between two difficult choices. Handing the prince to Eftel, he prepares to act decisively. He says anything is possible with enough courage, and this isn't over yet. He announces a plan to charge the army to distract the others. Eftel immediately dismisses the reckless idea and shocks the old warrior. Siding with Eftel, Frasier dislikes such a thoughtless plan. He decides their only practical choice is for him to negotiate with his father. Mariah protests forcefully and warns Frasier of the grave danger. Frasier reassures him, convinced his father has not entirely lost touch with reason. A powerful voice carries across the field to their father. At a command post, the Duke's army hears the lone plea. Alone in the open field, Frasier stands with his arms outstretched in a peaceful gesture. The Duke's deputy watches from a higher vantage point. The Duke looks down at his son, his face unreadable. Frasier pleads with his father to stop, saying they can resolve this peacefully. He urges them to leave it all behind and come back to the city together. A subordinate turns to the Duke and asks for orders about his son. The Duke will give his answer to his son in person. Frasier's hope grows as his father walks down to the field. Sheer relief washes over Frasier's face. His imposing father strides across the grass toward him. Kneeling, Frasier asks if this means he will respect his plea for peace. His father stops in front of him and confirms he understands the situation. Elated, Frasier believes the crisis is over and starts to sheath his sword. Hope fades from his face and confusion replaces it at his father's next words. The Duke makes clear he knows his son fully intends to stand in his way. Stunned, Frasier goes silent, unable to make sense of the sudden shift. His father snarls viciously and tells him it's over. His hand closes on the device on his gauntlet, ready to unleash a torrent of lightning. A powerful electric blast shoots from his hand and engulfs Frasier completely. Frasier emits a choked cry of pain as the spell electrocutes him. A cloaked man stands over his fallen companion in a desolate field. A young man and a large warrior holding a baby watch in horror. The robed man lifts a heavy tool, ready to deliver a final brutal blow. Throwing his head back, he lets out a wild, maniacal laugh. At a high command post, he orders his assembled mage corps to fire at will. The towering warrior shields the infant, his face set as his companion watches. The mages start a potent ritual to invoke the Tier VI spell Eftel. Eftel, a young man, shouts a desperate warning to his brother Frasier. Black lightning pours down from the sky, engulfing Frasier. A massive explosion tears through the trees at the forest's edge. Eftel cries out in anguish, instinctively reaching toward the inferno. The massive warrior yanks him back from the edge of the flames. The world collapses into a spiraling vortex of raw, destructive energy. Hand still outstretched, Eftel whispers his fallen brother's name. He drops to his knees, staring at the smoldering devastation before him. He reels as he remembers his brother, trying to settle things peacefully. The senselessness of the act leaves him with a single, pained question: why? A montage of bright, happy memories of Frasier plays through his mind. A sudden mental snap shatters something deep inside him. He rises and whispers that the act is unforgivable. In the aftermath, a defeated figure lies crumpled on the ground. The towering warrior's face is a frozen mask of stunned, total confusion. Eftel stands amid the wreckage, his body shaking with raw, uncontrolled rage. A feral snarl twists his face, his eyes burning with pure vengeance. Noticing a deep change, his companion asked what was happening. Eftel recalls Merlin saying he becomes a different person when angry. Now he'll show the enemy what true magic looks like, he says. Hand raised, he declares his ultimate spell, Tier 9, Cosidus. Absolute zero energy erupts outward, freezing the entire landscape. A freezing storm hurls the warrior back. The ground itself cracks and shatters under the immense magical pressure. Jagged spires of pure ice shoot violently up out of the earth. A fierce, icy gust howls across the barren land. In an instant, solid crystalline ice encases the forest's trees. A wave of absolute cold sweeps relentlessly toward the enemy army. In the frozen forest, the large warrior pushes himself up, completely stunned. In disbelief, he says the whole forest is frozen solid. Enemy troops burst into a clamor of fear and confusion. Their commander cannot believe a lone mage could wield such immense power. Eftel walks calmly and says he's not even skilled at water magic. Sneering at his father, he mocks the pathetic army his father has assembled. Seeing his son, the commander lets out a choked cry of horrified disbelief. Screaming in denial, he can't believe the talentless bastard could do it. Standing on the platform, he scolds his frozen soldiers for failing to act. Furiously, he commands them to show Eftel the full power of their mage corps. Mages ready a Tier V explosive arrow assault barrage. Glowing hands channel immense power into their magical circles. The commander shouts one last, desperate order for them to kill him. Thousands of magical arrows rain down on the lone Eftel. He scoffs at the idea that a whole army is needed to deal with a Tier V threat. Arrows explode in a huge, blinding blast. Fiery blasts erupt in sequence, filling the battlefield with smoke. The massive impact sends up a cloud of dust and debris. On his platform, the commander celebrates too soon and praises his men. A lone figure calmly emerges from the settling smoke. Triumph gives way to utter shock on the commander's face. Eftel stands unharmed and says spells like that can't scratch him. Terrified enemy mages shriek, unsure how he is still alive. They insist everyone saw him take a direct hit from the combined assault. He asks if they've never heard of an always active barrier formation. Clicking his tongue, he shows disgust at their profound ignorance. The commander grunts, trembling with a mix of fury and fear. A close-up shows his face twisted into a grimace of pure hatred. A roar breaks out as he commands his army to unleash their trump card, Tier VI Eftel. He mocked his son's size, calling them predictable one-trick ponies. Huge energy lances form to unleash a focused blast from the Tier VI spell. Eftel is deeply offended that they would use his name for this lousy spell. A sharp snap of his fingers readies a powerful counter. He activates a Tier VII ultimate defense formation. Enemy energy lances slam into his barrier with a deafening buzz. The attack is fully neutralized, dissolving into harmless light. Untouched, Eftel stands inside his colossal shimmering sphere of magic. Enemy mages scream in terror and call him a monster. A short laugh escapes him as he calls them all pitiful. Charging into the enemy lines with blinding speed, he becomes a blur of motion. Terrified, the soldier manages only a faint EP before Eftel reaches him. Smirking, he wants to test his swordsmanship in real combat. A sharp skuck sounds as he draws his shining blade. Moving with impossible grace, his blade traces a silver arc through the air. His sword drives through a soldier's head, spraying blood. Calmly, he announces one down as another soldier falls before him. A junior officer urgently orders his men to stop the rampage. Eftel laughs and decides Legion Slayer would be a fine title for him. He cuts down 2 more soldiers and counts them as they fall. Blood splatters his face as he savors the sounds of battle. Another soldier screams in pain as he is brutally cut down. Feeling good, he comes up with an even better idea. He infuses his sword with a Tier 2 Thunderburst spell. His blade turns into a long, deadly arc of crackling lightning. Terrified, a mage frantically starts a counter-incantation. Eftel watches the feeble attempt to cast a spell and gives a dismissive hem. Dismissing the mage's magic arrow as pathetic, he mocks its repeated use. Lunging, he declares that letting the mage live would be a waste of air. A lightning-charged sword severs the mage's head in a sudden blast. Standing over the bodies, he watches the army's morale collapse. A cold, hard expression and eyes glowing with unrestrained power. Terrified soldiers cry out that he isn't human. He rebukes the fleeing mob for turning their backs on an enemy. He rushes into the retreating crowd, a predator among sheep. Each swing of his blade ends lives and sends bodies to the ground. On a chaotic battlefield, a young swordsman stands firm amid fallen foes. Blood splattered across his face, he admits the battle feels good, but something is missing. Standing over the cowering survivors, he laments that this one-sided slaughter isn't even training. He wipes his blade clean with a cloth and calmly decides to end the fight. Grinning menacingly, he promises the survivors a story to carry into the underworld. Lifting his hand to the sky, he forms a complex magic circle in the clouds. Thunder rumbles as dark storm clouds gather ominously over the enemy's watchtowers. Terrified, a soldier discovers he can control the weather, a lost godlike art. The boy scoffs at their ignorance and makes it clear he is not summoning ordinary clouds. With his face twisted in rage, he bellows that he is calling down real thunder. He declares this to be the true power of the legendary Stormgale. A soldier screams in fear, realizing the spell is impossible Tier X magic. A massive bolt of lightning strikes, instantly vaporizing the fleeing soldiers. A massive pillar of lightning links the sky to the ravaged earth in a terrifying display. Another powerful explosion signals the start of a new wave of destruction. The remaining watchtowers and soldiers are tossed about helplessly in the fierce storm. A burst of electricity incinerates a soldier, leaving him as a screaming skeletal silhouette. The army commander is caught in the storm, his body twisting as he is electrocuted. The overwhelming electrical force throws more soldiers around like dolls. One final massive burst of energy engulfs the battlefield's remains. The commander shouts in disbelief as his command post is completely destroyed. He grits his teeth in agony, overwhelmed by the spell's power. The boy lets out one final, raw scream as lightning engulfs him. The world collapses into a blinding white flash of pure destructive energy. After the battle, the field is a smoking, desolate wasteland pocked with craters. Miraculously, mysterious shimmering bubbles rescue the 2 leaders. A soft pop, then the protective spheres dissipate and drop to the ground. Eftel, a lone figure, walks calmly toward them through the wreckage of their army. Cold and determined, his face is smeared with the grime and dust of battle. The defeated men recognize him and ask why the little upstart is there. The father, his voice trembling, warns Eftel to stay back and calls him a monster. The son lunges, grabs Eftel by the collar, and angrily demands he answer for his actions. A single brutal backhand lands squarely on the man's enraged face. The son is hurled, crashing unconscious into the dirt a few feet away. Eftel announces their arrest for the crown prince's attempted murder. Still on the ground, the father accuses Eftel of treason and other crimes. He vows to punish Eftel for his rebellion against the kingdom's army. Eftel stays silent and delivers a swift, powerful kick to the man's face. The man collides with a stone lion statue, shattering it on impact. Eftel says he will show no mercy to a man who would murder his son in cold blood. After the devastation, Eftel stands over the two defeated conspirators. Battlefield wreckage proves his overwhelming power. A stark white-on-black panel announces the end of the brief coup. Afterward, the chief perpetrators, Duke Alcott and Joachim, are publicly executed. The condemned kick their feet and then go still as they are hanged before a crowd. Eftel runs down a corridor, panting as he worries about his family's precarious situation. He flashes a wide grin and dismisses the political concerns entirely. Bursting into the room, he finds his older brother Frasier bandaged but smiling. Eftel asks if he's really well enough to be up, and Frasier confirms he's recovered. Frasier reveals that an old family heirloom saved his life. Lifting the necklace called Oberon's Guard, he reveals an artifact from his past life. The memory shows the necklace shielded Frasier from the Mage Corps' devastating magic. Frasier jokes that, in a way, it was Emperor Stormgell himself who saved him. Overcome with emotion, Eftel rushes forward and pulls his brother into a tight hug. Whispering, he says he is incredibly glad his brother survived the ordeal. Taken aback, Frasier accepts an emotional hug from his younger brother, Eftel. Eftel says Frasier's bravery in protecting the prince saved their family's standing. Ultimately, the king let their family keep its lands and title. After the traitors were executed, the ducal title passed to the next in line. The new Duke Frasier made sure his mother and brother had a lavish suite in the palace. Later, Eftel and his companions stand on a mountain cliff. Frasier and Sir Mariah ask whether Eftel is ready to start his demonstration. He warns everyone to stand back for safety, even with a barrier in place. Locked in intense focus, Eftel begins to gather immense magical energy. A Tier-VII demonic heatwave erupts into a massive vortex of black fire. Frasier stands frozen in shock, mouth open at the impossible display. Sir Mariah is equally stunned at the sheer scale of the power being unleashed. A ring of demonic heat cuts a perfect circle through the forest. Intense heat and pressure from the spell knock the two men backward. Eftel watches, surprised to realize there is more power yet to come. His companions cry out in disbelief, wondering aloud how there could possibly be another spell. Casting a second Tier 7 spell, he summons a destructive, swirling chaos wind. The resulting tornado tears through the forest, smashing ancient trees in its path. The two men recover, and Mariah admits he thought he was dreaming. They are impressed by his power, while Eftel criticizes his own control of the elements. Frasier suddenly understands something profound, and his expression turns sharp and serious. He realizes this devastating display is Eftel's hidden power. Eftel apologizes for keeping secrets, and Frasier quickly reassures him. He stammers, unsure where to start explaining his situation. A troubled look shows how hard it is for him to open up about his secret life. Sir Mariah grabs Eftel's head playfully and ruffles his hair roughly while holding him in a headlock. He reassures the boy that he does not need to explain anything to them. Mariah gestures toward the devastation and calls it a perfectly good reason for secrecy. Eftel panics inside, knowing he cannot reveal that he has been reincarnated. Mariah says this incredible secret will stay between the three of them. Frasier fully supports Sir Mariah's decision to keep the secret. This level of power is too abnormal to be widely known, he says firmly. Mariah agrees, worried it would upset the fragile balance of power. Now that the matter is settled, Mariah shifts his focus to Eftel, who is sweating. He asks Eftel about his future plans and suggests the military college as an option. Hand on his chest, Eftel firmly rejects the offer and states his true intention. His companions are stunned by his choice to join the Magic Academy. Mariah doubts it is wise for him to study at the academy, given his immense power. Eftel reaffirms his resolve and explains he needs the academy's facilities to improve. His main goal is to study 400 years of research into magical aptitude. Walking away from the destruction, he says he's determined to pursue magic. His companions accept that they cannot possibly force him to change his mind. Eftel realizes staying where he is would limit his personal growth. A small, confident smile crosses his face as he looks ahead to his goal. He admits he cannot accomplish much on his own. A big, muscular man playfully presses his knuckles into a young man's head. Eftel winces as his head tingles from the noogie. Beside a blonde companion, the man vows to keep Eftel's sword skills sharp. Eftel shares his excitement, and both of his mentors agree to train with him again. The big man laughs, clearly amused by the boy's lively spirit. After this, days and months pass quickly. A grand, castle-like academy stands as time passes. Birds chirp outside a stately manor, announcing a new morning. Inside, an empty, lavishly decorated bedroom contains a single letter on the bed. Eftel writes a farewell to his mother to tell her he is leaving. A sharp sound echoes through the country house as he gets ready to leave. A creak from his boot marks his decision to say goodbye to his home. Looking back, he feels a surge of nostalgia, seeing his family gathered in the dining room. A voice calls his name and freezes him in place. Turning in surprise, he finds his mother, Sir Mariah, and Frasier waiting. His mother smiles, knowing she could predict her son's actions. Moved, Eftel whispers his mother's name in surprise. One tear rolls down his cheek, overcome by emotion. Seeing his mother, he feels a sudden rush of deep emotion. She rushes forward and pulls him into a fierce, loving embrace. Trembling in her arms, he whispers her name again. He apologizes for trying to leave, and she gently chides him for being unkind. She tells him he is an adult and can do what he wants. Eftel reassures his tearful mother that he will always have a home to return to. He thanks her for all the years they shared, his voice full of gratitude. Holding him close, her face shows pure maternal love. Both of his male companions are moved too, comically wiping away tears. Now 15, the boy's journey begins in earnest. With his family waving goodbye, he declares his goal is to reach the pinnacle of magic. Determined never to feel that soul-crushing pain again, he walks away. He takes a firm step and starts his new life. Resolute, he turns to leave with a hardened expression. Turning back one last time, he bows deeply and calls out his thanks. He grits his teeth, utterly determined. This is a one-way trip to the peak of magic, and nothing will stop him. His journey begins beneath a wide, cloudy sky. A carriage rattles past him as he travels along a paved road. Smiling, he feels relieved to finally see a sign of civilization. Spinning with joy, he searches for a nearby spot to rest. A small encampment of tents catches his attention. He calls out in delight when he spots a tea shop banner. Relief washes over him now that he has finally left his home country. Sipping his drink, he considers his plans for the academy. In his mind, he wants to study quietly and keep a low profile. He wants to stand at the top of magic, not become a celebrated hero. A booming, arrogant laugh cuts through his quiet thoughts. Kneeling before a fair-haired noble, the man greets Lord Edward with flattering praise. Humbly, the man asked the first-class mage to lecture his students. Edward says firmly that the man must never speak to him without his express consent. A caption identifies the nobleman as Edward, a Class A member of the Adventurers Guild. He asks if the man is blind and points out that the man is reading. In a panic, the older man bows and begs his lord for forgiveness. Edward talks down to others when he compares the value of his time to theirs. Terrified, the man can only stammer that he understands and continue begging for forgiveness. Eftel watches in disgust and wonders who made the man so full of himself. Edward taps the table, ready to continue his arrogant lecture. At just 20, he boasts about reaching the prestigious Class A rank. Then he cruelly points out that the other man is only a Class C at 50. Crushed by the verbal assault, the older man clutches his head. Edward regards his life's work as mediocre and unworthy of his attention. He asks if the man finally understands how their worth differs. Defeated, the man can only whisper his understanding. A sudden idea hits the man, a light bulb flashing in his mind. Eagerly, he hosts a lavish all-night banquet in honor of Lord Edward. Edward glares at him, asking what kind of idiotic idea he's suggesting. He gives the chain in his hand a sharp tug. The red-haired girl gives a pained gasp as the chain pulls her forward. Edward pulls the girl into a rough embrace and tells her tonight is a special night. He forcefully exposes an intricate tattoo on her upper thigh and tells the man to look. Her body shakes and her muscles twitch from humiliation and strain. He shows an even larger slave mark and says it will be permanent tonight. An attendant warns that interrupting the process would disrupt the magical mark. Edward confirms this with a cold, knowing look. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he says the moment has come. Eftel discusses the 1-week restriction, a rule to ensure the mark sets. He is sickened by the man's vile character and feels physically ill. He glances at the girl and thinks of his own disciple. He knows Merlin could have suffered the same horrible fate if he hadn't saved her. A waitress wearing cat ears greets him as he takes a seat at an outdoor table. A panting man stumbles into the square and interrupts his meal. A man screams that an orc giant is attacking. Eftel springs to his feet, realizing the entire camp is in grave danger. A massive orc giant has appeared, rampaging and crushing everything in its path. The hulking beast chews on the wreckage of a cart. Its hunger is insatiable. The boar-like monster keeps devouring everything in its path, its eyes glowing. Eftel arrives on the scene, unsure how to face such a creature. Panicked townspeople call for the knights, knowing no adventurer here can help. An older man raises his hand and shouts for everyone to calm down. Pointing at Lord Edward, he announces a raging blaze. He says there is an all-powerful Class A adventurer among them. Relief washes over the crowd as they thank the gods for their luck. They know an orc giant is a Class B monster with high difficulty. Edward strikes a pose with his wand and promises to handle the weakling. The adoring crowd calls him cool, and Eftel watches, appearing impressed. Eftel notes that even after 400 years, Class A adventures remain amazing. Edward levels his wand and dares the vile beast to face him. In a condescending tone, he tells the crowd he will show them how a true mage fights. He's sure people out in the sticks have never seen this kind of glory. Townspeople watch, holding their breath and fully captivated by the display. Edward lifts his wand and starts a grand incantation, calling on the spirits. A monstrous orc berserker roars, eyes burning with rage as it charges. Facing the beast, adventurer Edward chants calls on the spirits to unleash an almighty blaze. The hulking creature braces, tusks bared against the incoming magical assault. Edward lets out a fierce cry and unleashes his Tier 4 spell, a swirling holy flare. A dark energy sphere strikes the orc in a massive fiery explosion. Convinced the monster is defeated, the townspeople burst into joyful cheers. Edward boasts about his unbeatable magic and describes the spectacle as priceless. The crowd applauds his apparent victory, while a dark-haired youth watches with a critical eye. Eftel thinks the attack's tier is unimpressive. Edward smugly dismisses the crowd and announces the show is over. A sudden sound from the smoke makes him turn, his face puzzled. Completely unharmed, the orc berserker comes out of the smoke and swats him aside. Edward sputters in disbelief, convinced his strongest attack should have worked. A low, menacing growl rolls from the beast, and its hide shows no scratches. Edward suddenly realizes this is no ordinary orc giant. He sees the creature is a far more powerful and dangerous orc berserker. He realizes with growing terror that a Tier 4 spell will do nothing against this foe. A man rushes forward and proves Edward cannot win this fight. Panicked, Edward starts a new incantation and calls for a supreme defensive wall. He summons a Tier 3 holy wall, a massive barrier of shimmering light. Townspeople watch in confusion as a magical wall erupts in front of them. The man pounds on the barrier and realizes with horror that he cannot get through. Edward laughs maniacally and tells the trapped crowd they are only a diversion. Admitting a cowardly plan, he intends to use them as monster bait so he can escape. Terrified, the crowd screams and claws at the wall, trapped with the beast. The orc berserker advances with a heavy, menacing step toward its new helpless prey. Terrified, the people can only stare as the monster towers over them. A low, guttural growl rises from the beast as it prepares to attack the trapped crowd. Panic breaks out as men, women, and children scream and rush to safety. In the middle of the chaos, Eftel draws a single deep, steady breath. Anastasia, an enslaved girl, unleashes the powerful Tier VI spell Seraph's Gospel. Countless shards of light rain down and shatter the holy wall with overwhelming force. Edward's face is a mask of sheer shock at the incredible display of power. His elderly attendant is equally stunned, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Anastasia watches calmly, and her powerful spell has worked. When the wall falls, the crowd shouts with relief and rushes to safety. Edward wonders how the boy could have dispelled his barrier. His attendant is amazed that the boy performed such a spell without any incantation. Eftel's ear twitches as he realizes he's drawn their unwanted attention. Despite his private regret, he knew he couldn't just let the people die. Facing the orc berserker, he must now find a discreet way to act. A brilliant idea comes to him, and his face lights up with a clever plan. He casts a weak flame strike as a simple diversion. Hidden under its cover, he will secretly cast a Tier IX spell to finish the beast. He can then claim that Edward's earlier attack had already wounded the beast. This perfect plan lets him resolve the crisis without drawing attention. Eftel dodges the orc's heavy blow and realizes how close it came. Stealing himself, he needs to make it look like a simple, weak fire attack. Shouting confidently, he unleashes his Tier 3 Flame Strike. A bystander is surprised to see the boy can cast Tier 3 spells. Eftel prepares to unleash his hidden, powerful spell while everyone is distracted. A look of utter shock crosses his face as the spell's power suddenly surges. A massive inferno engulfs the orc berserker as it screams in agony. Eftel stares in disbelief, unable to understand how a Tier 3 spell can cause so much damage. The crowd cheers, astonished that the kids set the orc berserker on fire. Edward staggers backward, completely baffled by the impossible turn of events. He wonders how this can be true when his Tier 4 spell had no effect. A raging pillar of flame engulfs the orc berserker. The old mage explains the boy's spell was exceptionally refined and well executed. Eftel's ear twitches as he overhears their sharp analysis of his magic. The old mage explains that a well-cast spell is exponentially more powerful. He declares the boy's Tier 3 spell now carries the power of a Tier 5. He is amazed that a mage so young has such incredible skill. Eftel laughs nervously, realizing he's completely ruined his plan. Unlike the pompous Edward, he regrets forgetting the basics of his magic training. His primary goal of staying unnoticed failed completely. When the adventurers draw near, he gives a shaky, nervous explanation. Anxiety shows on his face as he waits for their inevitable questions. The orc berserker lies on the ground, a smoldering, roasted carcass. Onlookers marvel at the defeated beast, now just cooked meat. Eftel felt relieved that ordinary people saw it as a normal spell. Now the sky is clear and calm, and the immediate danger has finally passed. Eftel starts walking away as the adventurers watch him leave. Pompous adventurer Edward calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Edward confirms Eftel's name and mockingly calls him the Raging Blaze. Eftel points at Edward and orders him to listen. Edward's expression tightens in confusion and indignation at the sudden command. Eftel tells him to show the old mage in his party proper respect. He admits the old man is clearly much more skilled in magic than he is. The old mage gives way to tears, hiccuping and sobbing at the unexpected acknowledgement. Bowing deeply, he cries out his thanks to Eftel for the validation. Eftel shouts he has one more thing to tell the disgraced adventurer. He accuses Edward of attempted mass murder using his cowardly escape stunt. Edward flinches at the mention of punishment. Eftel says petty criminals like him do not have the right to own slaves. He orders Edward to surrender and free Anastasia. Anastasia watches, her face frozen in stunned disbelief at his command. Defeated and terrified, Edward accepts the demands, his voice trembling. With the matter finally settled, Eftel gives a casual wave goodbye. Anastasia leads away her former masters, now her prisoners. A surge of awe and hope makes her heart pound at this turn of events. Eftel steps into a new chapter, walking through a desolate, rocky landscape. He realizes his situation has suddenly become much more complicated. Wind whips through the odd, stacked rock formations surrounding him. He senses a presence in the vast, empty expanse. Anastasia peeks from behind a rock and tries to follow him quietly. Stopping, he notices her still following him. He spins around and shouts that he wants to know how long she planned to follow him. He points out that Anastasia has been following him ever since he freed her, and she stammers nervously. He remembers Edward's tearful apology and Anastasia fidget, struggling to find her words. A young man thinks about how his former slave has been following him everywhere. Standing before him in the desolate landscape, she stammers as she tries to speak. Deeply flushed, she asks nervously, her eyes squeeze shut. He mishears her at first, and she quickly clarifies what she said. He asks what's bothering her as she fidgets nervously in the desert. A puzzled look crosses his face as he waits for her to continue. Flushing, she finally asks if he would become her master. His eyes widen in shock at her unexpected proposal. He reacts with comical disbelief, shouting and demanding to know what she means. Dropping to her knees, she pleads and says that freed slaves are not truly free. She fears being treated like a runaway and abused if caught now. Tears in her eyes, she sobs that they'll take her back to the slave traders. She bows low, the slave mark on her hip exposed. He knows she's telling the truth. The intricate, inescapable slave mark cannot be easily removed. Freed from bondage, a former slave is vulnerable to scumbags and faces a terrible fate. Looking up at him, she comments on how kind he seems. Hope in her eyes, she says she is certain he would be much nicer. A blond man nods at her assessment as the young man grows flustered. Kneeling, he asks how a non-human like her ended up enslaved. Her face turns somber as she prepares to tell her painful story. She recalls how her homeland lost a devastating war to humans long ago. Ever since then, her family has been enslaved for generations, born into slavery. As a result, she admits she has no idea how to live as a free person. Listening with a pensive expression, he accepts the harsh logic of her situation. He thinks about the cruel, unbreakable system that keeps slaves trapped in this world. She warns him that the next part may be hard to believe. She says her family used to be royalty and that she has a world-famous relative. Her relative is Lady Merlin, the headmaster of the Althana Academy of Magic. The revelation hits the young man like a lightning bolt. She says her parents told her about the blood relation, but the family has fallen on hard times. He freezes, his composure shattered, and asks what she just said. Confused by his intense reaction, she asks if something is wrong. Shocked, his eyes widen as he demands she repeat what she just said. Flustered, she explains that her family was once royalty, so she is noble. Insisting frantically, he says it wasn't the part that shocked him. Urgently, he asks whether she means Merlin, the disciple of Emperor Eftel. Taken aback, she wondered why he was so interested in Lady Merlin. Her relative is confirmed to be the legendary sage Emperor Stormgale. A gasp of pure awe escapes him as he learns Merlin is one of the strongest sorcerers. Fond memories of little Merlin swept through his mind, from infancy to youth. Pride fills him as he realizes she has become a renowned headmaster in this fallen world. Moved to tears, he laughs with relief, grateful that she is still alive. Mentioning 400 years leaves the girl completely confused. Quickly covering his mistake, he winks and says half vampires live for a very long time. With renewed purpose, he says he has finally made up his mind. He formally accepts her request and agrees to be her master for now. A gentle, kind look crosses his face as he agrees to her desperate plea. Staring back, her eyes are wide and cheeks flushed with disbelief. Confirming his decision, he says he cannot abandon Merlin's relative. After settling the matter, he strokes his chin thoughtfully. When he asks for her name, she introduces herself as Anastasia, sounding excited. He tells her it's nice to meet her, and she eagerly agrees, calling him master. She asked him to please look after her from now on. They reach the sprawling city of Dharmmstat, nestled among rocky cliffs. Cloaked, they step into the bustling streets just before sunset. She asks if this city is his destination, and he says yes. He says he is here to take the entrance exam for the local academy. She is shocked and unsure if he really plans to enroll as a student. Cheerfully, he suggests they find an end first, leaving her confused. A loud, embarrassing stomach growl interrupts their plans. Her face flushes with embarrassment, mortified by the sound her stomach just made. He chuckles as she tries to deny what just happened. He changes plans and says they will look for food first. They arrive at a restaurant with an imposing bull's head sign called Steakhouse Flesh. Anastasia feels intimidated by the restaurant's luxurious appearance. He reassures her she doesn't need to worry about the prices because she has no money. He insists they fuel themselves with the best meat for their big day. Inside, a sparkling crystal chandelier makes the interior even more magnificent. Confidently, he asks for a table for two in the grand hall with the checkered floor. She admires the upscale restaurant while he only thinks about the meat. Other wealthy patrons in the restaurant look smug and self-important. Other diners meet them with hostile whispers about bringing a slave. Anastasia shrinks from their judging stares and feels out of place. A nervous glance to the side shows her anxiety rising. Lost in a blissful trance, however, he dreams of juicy meat. Major D politely guides them to a beautifully set table. He tells her to order as much meat as she wants without hesitation. Confusion widens his eyes as he turns in his seat. He notices the seat across from him is empty and asks where she is. He spins around and calls her name in surprise. A bead of sweat appears on his face when he sees her. Finding her kneeling on the floor, he demands to know what she's doing. Quietly, she explains this is where she's supposed to sit. Gesturing to the open seat, he cheerfully invites her to sit. Stunned, she asks if a slave like her is really allowed to sit at the table. Brushing off her protest, he insists she can sit there, of course. She says it's common sense for slaves to kneel beside their masters. He rejects the idea, saying that logic does not apply to them. Her face is a mask of anxiety, and she hesitates, afraid of what might happen. A weary sigh escapes him, frustrated by how deeply she has been indoctrinated. He wonders how deeply this nonsensical belief has taken hold in her. He uses his authority to order her, as her master, to obey. Holding out his hand, he warmly invites her to share a meal with him as equals. His kind gesture leaves her stunned, her eye wide with shock. Embarrassment and hope color her face. She agrees nervously while he cheerfully points out how soft the chairs are. She eases into the plush seat, cautious at first. Her posture remains stiff. Sitting down, she makes him smile, pleased with her compliance. From afar, the maitre d' watches, growling about the insolent brats. Together, they scan the menu, ready to enjoy their meal. Seated in an opulent restaurant, a young man is formally addressed by a voice. Imposing maitre with a grand mustache, begins to outline the establishment's policy in a condescending tone. He glares and says slaves are not allowed to sit at the table. The young man's face hardens, his annoyance clear at the discriminatory rule. Anastasia, his companion, gasped in shock and shame. Her slave told her she was a stark reminder of her status. Major D says steakhouse flesh serves only the upper echelon of society. Gesturing broadly at the sparkling chandelier, he declares their establishment one of the most exclusive. He looks down on the young man and dismisses him as just a country student. His loud doubts about whether they can afford the menu create a scene among the other patrons. Leaning in, he tells the waiter they were seated by mistake, implying they cannot pay. A close-up shows his contemptuous glare as he keeps insulting them with a haughty tone. Trying to calm things, Anastasia offers to sit on the floor or go to a nearby street stall. Calmly, the young man places 3 large, sparkling gems on the pristine tablecloth. The maitre d' is stunned by the sudden, unmistakable display of vast wealth. Shock twists his face as his mind fails to process what he sees. The young man asks coolly if the gems are still not enough to pay for their meal. Smiling confidently, he opens his coat to reveal the lining studded with dozens more. Bright gems fill the panel, showing his seemingly limitless fortune. The manager snatches one, hands trembling as he recognizes the impossibly rare dragon's drop. Its size and purity amaze him, and he estimates its worth at 50 gold coins or more. His arrogance shattered as he prostrated himself on the checkered floor, begging for forgiveness. The young man tells him to get their best steaks ready and keep the leftover money. The manager instantly becomes servile and barks orders to guide them to the VIP room. Anastasia remembers her mother giving her a small sum, a stark contrast to this overwhelming wealth. 2 huge steaks cooked to perfection are presented with a dramatic, impressive flourish. A line of waiters, led by the now deferential maitre d', bows deeply out of respect. Another huge cut of meat is theatrically placed on their table as the feast continues. Soon an extravagant spread covers the table, leaving Anastasia in silent awe. Holding his cutlery, the young man eagerly says it's finally time to eat. Anastasia watches hesitantly, her expression somber as she touches her collar. Her master asks what is wrong and urges her to eat, telling her not to be shy. She quietly doubts that, as a slave, she is allowed to eat such fine food. Reminding her they will be together for the foreseeable future, he cuts into his meal. He offers a piece of meat from his fork as an introductory gift. Anastasia is taken aback by the gesture and begins to question the meaning of his gift. He eats the meat himself, teasing her that the food will get cold at this rate. Flustered, she insists she does like meat, and he looks relieved. His face goes serious as he says Anastasia's name. He pauses his meal. He recognizes the unfair treatment and the pain she likely endured with previous owners. Acknowledging his flaws, he says he might also treat her unfairly one day. He tells her what he wants her to do if that unfortunate situation ever happens. Fixing her with an intense gaze, he tells her he wants her to be angry with him. Anastasia is completely confused and can't understand what he means by get mad. He notices her confusion and realizes how deeply her mind has been conditioned. He sees that a lifetime of enslavement and abuse has left her deeply scarred. Relentless abuse has left her unable to stand up for herself. He makes clear she can say no to anything she does not want to do. His profound words stun Anastasia, her eyes wide with a dawning understanding. Resuming his meal, he lets her take a moment to absorb this revolutionary idea. Quiet resolve settles on her face as she agrees to his terms. Suddenly she has an idea and suggests practicing to break her submissive habits. She asked him to scold her, but she admits she couldn't do that to him. The lesson turns into a funny scene of her trying, but failing to act angry. He chuckles good-naturedly at her adorable, completely failed attempt to look cross with him. The scene shifts to reveal green leaves against a dark background. A new day begins as birds chirp in the trees. Dawn breaks over a city nestled among tall, jagged rock formations. They arrive at the massive Crone Academy of Magic, awed by its size. Her master notices a sign pointing to the exam registration area. Quietly, Anastasia catches her master's attention as they walk through the academy grounds. Twirling happily in her new outfit, she thanks him for buying the clothes for her. Smiling warmly, he tells her she looks much better now, no longer wearing her old rags. Her face breaks into a genuine, radiant smile as she happily agrees with him. The young man is surprised by how many people showed up for the exam. Caught in a massive, packed crowd of hopeful students and adventurers, he says the entrance exam gives its graduates many special benefits. Anastasia asks what benefits her curiosity, piqued by the large crowd, might bring. The three main career paths are Guild Adventurer, Specialist Mage, and Elite Wizard. He points out that with so many job openings, graduates are consistently in high demand. A brilliant idea hits him as he sees Anastasia's unsure face. Calmly, he suggests that Anastasia should also take the entrance exam. Shocked, she protests, but he insists that if she passes, her future will be secure. With a bright, decisive smile, he announces the matter is officially settled. At the registration desk, he confidently signs both of them up for the exam. Anastasia's confidence wavers as she doubts that someone like her could pass. Her master reassures her, saying he has met many people and knows she is talented. He can tell she has more magical potential than most of the other applicants. After he reminds her of her connection to Merlin, she shyly admits she can use magic. The registrar gives them official applicant numbers, confirming their participation. Smiling, he tells a hesitant Anastasia that it is time for them to go. Ahead they spot their destination, the exam room, and how far it is across the courtyard. An official guides the clamoring crowd of examinees toward the Colosseum. They merge into the river of people heading toward the massive, intimidating structure. A huge, gridded arena fills the scene, ringed by a vast audience. Inside, the crowd is packed with fierce, seasoned warriors and formidable mages. A hulking man with his face grotesquely stitched together glares at them. Anastasia whispers to her master that she's afraid of the other intimidating examinees. A powerful voice suddenly commands everyone taking the exam in the hall to listen. From a high dais, a figure addresses the entire crowd of hopefuls. He introduces himself to the exam proctor as Franz Bauer, a Class B adventurer. He announces the first exam as a chaotic 50-person battle royale on the arena floor. The test will go on until just 5 people remain standing on the platform. He says only those 5 will be allowed to take the written exam tomorrow. He allows them to use any weapons, spells, or tricks they can think of. The announcement ends, leaving the 2 protagonists slightly worried about the brutal rules. Franz calls on the first 50 eager participants to step forward and start the fight. Anastasia mutters to herself that the test is stupid and reckless. The proctor snaps his head toward her, his ear twitching as if he heard her. From the dais, he glares down at her, clearly having overheard her quiet complaint. Determined, a young man and his female companion move forward quickly. A burly proctor towers over the crowd, saying his job is to find talent among maggots. Gesturing widely, he says truly talented students get in through recommendations. A furious shout twists his face, showing he thinks they're all worthless. He dismisses their background as trash and says they should feel lucky just to be allowed to take the test. Eftel, the young man, accepts the proctor's tirade quietly and with resignation. Seeing their reaction, the proctor mockingly offers the attention he thinks they want. Pointing at the pair, he orders them up onto the battle platform. Laughing cruelly, he asks if they are happy now and warns them not to disqualify themselves. The impatient proctor calls the first group of participants onto the stage. A rough, mismatched group of tough-looking examinees steps forward, eager for the first round of combat. Eftel takes Anastasia's hesitant hand and tells her it's time to go. They start climbing the steps toward the large, gridded battle arena. On the wide stage, Eftel warms up while Anastasia stands beside him, looking nervous. His face hardens as he sees a new group of fighters heading toward them. The most menacing examinees in a lineup leer at them with predatory grins. A large, intimidating group of bullies closes in on them with obvious aggressive intent. Panicking, Anastasia admits to her master that she is no good in close-quarters combat. Reassuring her calmly, he tells her to just stay close to him during the fight. At the start of the exam, the whole mob of fighters rushes toward the two. Eftel's face is all focus, a subtle, confident smirk on his lips. High above, the battle royale begins in the massive, packed Colosseum. Proctor Franz Bauer introduces himself with an imposing, confident presence. He realizes proctoring this exam is a cushy, well-paying gig for him. The image shows his delight in easy money and the complete lack of personal risk. Throughout his years as a proctor, he remembers that none of the hopefuls ever stood out. Laughing, the proctor enjoys watching kids fight for his pay. His gaze sharpens as he wonders if this year will finally bring someone interesting. He focuses on Eftel and Anastasia standing alone on the platform. He watches two large groups of fighters close in on the seemingly vulnerable pair. With cynical amusement, he notes that everyone is targeting the mouthy couple. A mental diagram outlines the basic tactic of eliminating the weakest opponents first. Having set them up, he offers a mocking prayer for their imminent defeat. A thunderous blow sends a huge, patchwork fighter hurtling through the air. Shock freezes the giant's face as he spins helplessly through the air. The proctor's face contorts in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Eftel holds his ground as another attacker is violently knocked away. Franz yells in confusion, demanding to know what's happening on the battlefield. More bodies fly through the air, launched with crushing force and impossible speed. The proctor stands speechless, his mouth hanging open in utter astonishment. A quick slashing motion shows Eftel clearing the area around him with ease. A whirlwind in motion, he sends opponents flying with powerful, precise kicks. An official declares 9 participants eliminated within seconds. Eftel watches with a calm, confident smirk, fully in control of the fight. The proctor Franz is completely stunned by the amazing display of power. He suddenly realizes the kid is adding mana to his powerful kicks. Surveying the cleared area, he acknowledges the boy's impressive skill. Still, he looks skeptical and wonders how the boy will deal with the inevitable retaliation. The remaining contestants murmur in agreement that they must eliminate him first to win. Armed fighters form a horde, team up, and swarm Eftel in a classic battle royale tactic. Eftel faces the oncoming mob with a small, confident smile, completely unfazed. Attackers surge forward, a wall of steel and aggression aimed at the lone fighter. Anastasia shouts a desperate warning to her master as the mob closes in on him. Eftel plants his foot firmly on the ground and braces for the onslaught. At the center of the assault, he becomes a blur, his single sword meeting every blow. He moves with fluid precision, easily deflecting the storm of weapons. A confident smile stays on his face as he takes on overwhelming odds. One powerful defensive move sends the whole group of attackers flying backward. Attackers are sent tumbling through the air, their assault completely neutralized. Franz can only curse in stunned disbelief at the impossible feat he just witnessed. Surrounded again, Eftel easily deflects punches and kicks. Eyes sharp and focused, his smile steady as he keeps fighting. Franz sees that Eftel refuses to leave his spot, holding the line while protecting the girl. The proctor marvels that he's never seen a swordsman this powerful, not even among A-class adventurers. Shame floods him for mocking the kid once he sees the kid's immense potential. Franz's expression changes as he notices the attacker change tactics. A few fighters split off from the main group and stop attacking Eftel directly. They've finally found his weak spot and are now targeting Anastasia instead. Franz realizes they are exploiting his deliberate protection of the girl. Smirking grimly, he realizes they're targeting her instead of facing him head-on. The attackers move in on a terrified Anastasia, and Franz wonders how Eftel will react. Eftel calls Anastasia's name and warns her as enemies approach. Anastasia shifts from fear to determination and begins chanting to call the spirits of the air. Clasping her hands, she summons the power of their breath to meet her need. A Tier 3 Sylph's Kiss manifests as a magic circle forms at her feet. Charging attackers freeze, stunned by the power of a Tier 3 spell. A complex, layered magic circle glows brightly as she casts her spell. She releases a powerful vortex of wind that engulfs the attackers and sends them flying. Franz is stunned by her power, while Eftel watches with quiet admiration. The magical gale flings the remaining attackers helplessly through the air. Now the arena floor is strewn with the unconscious bodies of the defeated participants. The official announces the elimination of 16 more participants and calls forward the next group. The contestants left in the waiting area are completely baffled by the display. Whispers ripple through the crowd as people wonder why a student with such magic is even taking this exam. Nervously, Anastasia asks her master whether she overdid it, and he tells her she did great. A proud, warm smile spreads across his face as he tells her he always knew she had it in her. Anastasia is stunned by his praise, her cheeks flushing as she meets his gaze. She thanks him shyly, but he cuts in with his own question. With a serious expression, he asks if she cannot cast spells without an incantation. Puzzled by his odd question, Anastasia walks toward him. Nearby contestants whisper in confusion, trying to figure out what he means. Watching from the stands, France is briefly stunned by the boy's apparent ignorance. A choked sound escapes him as he tries to hold back a derisive laugh. His restraint breaks and he laughs loudly, calling the kid a stupid amateur. Anastasia tries to make clear that the basic rule of magic requires incantations. Eftel calmly corrects her, saying her understanding is completely wrong. He explains that wasting time on chance keeps a mage from doing certain tasks. Stretching his hand forward, he announces he will cast the tier for spell Sylph's Howl. In an instant, 4 glowing magic circles appear before him, cast at the same time. France's laughter fades, his face a mask of horror as he screams in disbelief. The other examinees react in terror, one saying it is impossible. Suddenly, a massive vortex of wind rises from the center of the arena. The blast hurls the remaining fighters into the air, their screams swallowed by the gale. More bodies are hurled helplessly through the air amid the swirling debris. From the stands, the goateed proctor makes a strangled sound of disbelief. The spell's raw force almost knocks Anastasia over and lifts her skirt. Panting, her heart racing, she marvels at her master's incredible speed. Eftel stands calm in the now empty arena, the picture of composure. Suddenly, a memory strikes Anastasia, and a new realization settles in. She remembers him dispelling another powerful barrier without using any incantation. Overwhelmed with admiration, she says her master is truly amazing. Exertion finally overwhelms Eftel, and he drops to one knee, groaning in pain. The proctor in the stands is openly weeping, shattered by what they see. Surveying the smoking ruins, he wonders what in the world the two are. A student calls out to the proctor on duty to get his attention. Tears and sweat soak his face as he still reels from the shock. Eftel and Anastasia hold up their passes to ask whether the exam is over. Defeated participants lie scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Lying on his back, the proctor gives a few tired, disbelieving laughs. Perched on his ruined ledge, he stammers that participants 588 and 589 have passed. Eftel clenches his fist, celebrating that they made it through the first test. Looking ahead, he knows the written test is the only obstacle left. He remembers being the emperor of knowledge in a past life. He is confident he will easily pass the written portion of the exam. He remembers having to create new spells just to keep up with his peers. One of his major innovations, then, was simultaneous casting. He remembers talented peers doubting the strength of his multicasted spells. Painful memories come back, and he sighs at the unfairness of natural talent. Turning to Anastasia, he asks if she is ready for the test. She admits she's worried and unsure whether her basic slave training will be enough. Despite his past, he decides he must help her talent blossom. Feeling refreshed, he announces they will study together back at the inn. Anastasia is surprised and moved by his sudden generous offer. Grateful, she accepts his guidance while he insists on helping her prepare. Day slips into evening. Soft morning light filters through the leaves. The next morning, birds chirp over the city. Eftel releases an enormous, jaw-stretching yawn. They reach the grand campus of the Crone Academy of Magic. A sign directs students to the written exam hall. In the vast hall, Anastasia asks her master if he feels all right. Brushing off her concern, he apologizes for keeping her up tutoring him all night. Inside, he feels confident, drawing on the vast knowledge of his previous incarnation. An examiner walks up to the desk and surprises the pair. A massive stack of paper slams down, leaving Eftel stunned. The test booklet's intimidating size amazes him. The proctor announces that the exam has begun and encourages everyone to do their best. Eftel and Anastasia lock eyes with determination. It is time to begin. The proctor signals the official start of the test. Both start writing furiously, quills flying across the pages. Every corner of the hall echoes with the frantic scratching of pins on paper. The steady sound of writing shows the students' intense focus. Time slips away in a focused blur. The proctor's booming voice fills the hall and announces that time is up. Eftel collapses onto his desk, shouting with relief that the ordeal is finally over. Anastasia leans over and asks him how he thinks he did on the test. Despite the overwhelming number of questions, he says he answered every one. He confirms he thought they had to answer everything to pass. Anastasia gives him a concerned look and says that's not how it works. It was a choice-based exam and not meant to be completed, she explains. Eftel is shocked to learn that this vital information was in the instructions. With a grimace, he admits he only skimmed the first page. Anastasia estimates the passing rate is only about 30%. The academy made admissions choice-based to serve students with specific talents, she explains. Eftel realizes he could answer everything because his past forced him to study every subject. He notes the passing mark is only 30% of the total questions. Suddenly he fears how the examiners will view his score. A council member slams his hand down in an office and shouts about a 958-point score. A massive stack of Eftel's completed answer sheets covers the table. Members of the Academy Council are in an uproar, calling the score impossible and absurd. Dean Lucent calls the achievement unprecedented and immediately suspects cheating. A proctor confirms the student is Eftel Alcott, named after the Emperor Stormgill. The council members regard his name as a serious, blasphemous insult. The dean says there is no other explanation. The boy must have cheated. A voice tells them to wait just as a figure rushes into the room. A proctor with a goatee steps forward to testify about the first exam. His testimony opens by describing the events of the practical test. The council is shocked to learn Eftel cast multiple Tier 4 spells. The proctor reminds them that even a single Tier IV spell is required to graduate. Given Eftel's authority, his written score must be authentic. Around the table of test papers, the council members stand silently and consider this. The proctor concludes Eftel is like the second coming of Emperor Stormgill. The proctor asks the dean for a final decision on the matter. Stroking his beard, Dean Lucent still feels something is off about the boy. Results day has arrived. Dawn breaks over the academy grounds. A huge, noisy crowd presses in and blocks the view of the results. Eftel suggests to Anastasia they split up and search for their numbers. Scanning the boards, he looks for his posted number. This list of numbers goes on forever. Without warning, Anastasia tackles him from behind in a tight, joyful hug. Excited, she tells him she found her number and was accepted into the scholarship class. Anastasia points to the large results board in the distance. Anastasia, number 589, is listed under scholarship class. Bystanders glare at the happy couple and mutter that it must be nice. Anastasia blushes and apologizes to her master, explaining she was just so happy. Smiling warmly, he congratulates her on this chance for a normal student life. Bowing deeply, she credits her success entirely to his devoted tutoring. Now that her future is settled, he turns his focus back to finding his own outcome. Confusion crosses his face as the search remains fruitless. A young man searches frantically, panic written on his face as he shouts. His desperate search goes on as he wonders where it could be. Stunned, he was sure he had done well on his exams. Anastasia, his companion, asks anxiously whether her master has found what he is looking for. Dejected, he tells Anastasia he can't find it, which surprises her. Standing in a crowded courtyard full of students, he says his number is not on any of the results boards. Anastasia reacts in disbelief, saying that this outcome is impossible. The young man's mind races as he worries he was disqualified for going too far in the battle royale. He now thinks they failed him after a secret magic aptitude test showed he had no talent. Anastasia insists there must be a mistake and sets out to find an instructor. Trying to stop her, he insists it's fine and she'll only embarrass herself. Something else catches her attention, and she says aloud that she is curious what it could be. His name appears on an ornate honors list as the freshman student representative. From above, Anastasia expresses amazement at her master's incredible achievement. Anastasia, blushing with pride, admits she never thought he'd get a special invitation. Laughing nervously, he is relieved to have passed, but unsure what his new prestigious duties will involve. Cloudy skies hang over the academy, signaling the start of his unexpected new school life. Anastasia highlights the welcoming ceremony and the benefits of his special invitation. A list outlines his perks, covered tuition, allowance, and new responsibilities as a representative. Crushing the paper in his fist, he realizes to his horror he has become the academy's mascot. He only wanted to be a regular student, studying magical aptitude in the library. He thinks back to the quiet academic life he expected when he enrolled. Resigned to his fate, he feels he cannot refuse the position now that he has been accepted. Troubled thoughts fade as he senses a powerful new presence entering the grand hall. An elegant elven woman passes by with regal poise, flanked by 2 male attendants. His eyes fly open in complete shock when he recognizes the woman. Panic grips him as he frantically asks what the legendary Merlin is doing at this academy. He peeks from behind a pillar and confirms her identity without a doubt. She may have grown up, but he'd recognize that face anywhere. Panic hits him as he realizes she would immediately recognize his reincarnated form. Dread floods him as he imagines the disastrous consequences. He knows that if people find out he's the Emperor's reincarnation, his quiet life will end. Catching Anastasia's attention, he readies himself to make a quick escape from the hull. Feigning sudden interest, he scans the area to steer her away from the danger. A shiver runs through Merlin as she suddenly stops, sensing something familiar. A powerful presence fills her, reminding her of her long-lost former teacher. Shock makes her eyes go wide as she realizes who this impossible presence belongs to. Suddenly she darts off, leaving her confused companions far behind. She briefly dismisses the feeling, sure he could not be there. Her sharp eyes spot the retreating figures of Eftel and Anastasia. Convinced it's her teacher, she rushes after the boy, ignoring her aide's confusion. Speaking with authority, she orders them both to stop right there. A sharp sound underscores her incredible speed as she closes the distance. At last she corners them in a sunlit colonnade, breathing hard from the sprint. Merlin catches her breath and fixes an intense stare on the 2 startled students. Eftel clicks his tongue in annoyance because his escape plan failed spectacularly. Tension builds as the next chapter begins. Merlin wastes no time, demanding to know whether he's related to Emperor Stormgill. Eftel Grimace acknowledges her directness and that her sharp suspicion was accurate. Panic rises inside him as his worst fears quickly start coming true. He can't let her cause a scene and risk his enrollment on his first day. Feigning ignorance, he politely tells the miss he doesn't understand her question at all. Making a desperate comic excuse that it's lunchtime, he tries to flee. Pulling Anastasia along, he runs off as Merlin calls after them to hold on. Merlin can only watch them leave as their frantic footsteps fade. Left standing alone in the colonnade, she looks deeply frustrated. Later, Eftel asked Anastasia if she knew who the woman was. Anastasia admits she didn't realize the famous Lady Merlin was her distant relative. She admits it was her first time meeting her great-aunt in person. Eftel thinks it was a blessing that she didn't recognize her because it kept him from escaping. Shocked, he discovers they are separated by 10 whole generations. The huge generation gap, he concludes, explains why the 2 relatives did not recognize each other. Anastasia nods and says this explains why they are so different from one another. Eftel focuses again on the main problem, Merlin's presence at the academy. It puzzles him that the headmaster of Althana is at Crone Academy. He pleads with the heavens that she won't start teaching there. The scene transitions to a view of the academy through foliage. Later, the city appears with cherry blossoms to show the passage of time. Now Eftel and Anastasia stand in their official school uniforms. They merge into a large crowd of students, moving through the academy's main square. An announcement from the academy spires asks all freshmen to pay attention. The headmaster congratulates the new students on enrolling at the esteemed Crone Academy. He acknowledges the students in the scholarship class standing in the crowd. Next, the headmaster identifies the students of the noble class. He also acknowledges the students who form the academy's commoner class. He asked all students, regardless of class, to treat one another with respect as peers. The headmaster introduces a special guest, Merlin, headmaster of Althana Academy. Eftel is clearly shocked and upset by this unwelcome turn of events. Impressive and commanding, Lady Merlin steps forward to address the students. Students erupt in awe, calling her a legend and incredibly cool. Anastasia gasps, taken aback and a little intimidated to see her great-aunt on stage. Merlin congratulates the students, while Eftel understands why she is so far from her own academy. A brief, faint relief comes over him that she is only a guest instructor. He knows he must deal with the ticking time bomb after the ceremony. The announcer asks the freshman student representative to come to the stage. Eftel panics when he realizes with dawning horror that he had completely forgotten his speech. Merlin hears his name Eftel and spins around, utterly shocked. Hesitantly, Eftel acknowledges the summons, aware he is trapped and in deep trouble. This is a disaster, and now everyone, even Merlin, will be suspicious. Students whisper as they spot him, the rumored record-setting freshman who destroyed the arena. Silently, he pleads with them to stop saying things that will only feed Merlin's suspicion. As he passes her, Merlin turns with a sharp, curious twitch. She fixes him with an intense, unwavering stare, eyes narrowed. In close-up, her eye shows a sharp, analytical focus on him. He can only show a nervous, sweaty expression as he walks past her. A humorous scene shows him on stage, with Merlin staring at him intently. The headmaster announces the welcoming ceremony is officially over. A transitional panel reveals the edge of the stage after the ceremony has ended. Later, Eftel ends up in a risky situation in the school lounge, surrounded and trapped by a group of admiring female students. A young man looks over his shoulder with a serious expression. A group of female students blushes as one whispers excitedly that he looked at her. Surrounded, Eftel faces a barrage of questions from his new admirers. One girl strikes a pose to get his attention. Anastasia watches from a distance and mutters that she found him first, calling the girls locusts. Tall and imposing, an elf woman slams a stack of papers onto Anastasia's table. A sudden loud noise startles the other students in the hall. The elf woman's gloved hand lies on a stack of documents she has gathered. Eftel turns, surprise written on his face at the commotion. At his table, Merlin tells him she has been investigating him. Anastasia snaps, insisting they were in the middle of talking to him. Merlin glares at her and demands that she acknowledge the gravity of the situation. Adoring fangirls suddenly freeze in terror and stammer apologies to Lady Merlin. The girls cry out in fear and hurry away from the table. Merlin's expression is steely and determined as she focuses on her objective. Anastasia's companion notes that Merlin has grown much fiercer over the years. The elf woman begins questioning him, confirming his name is Eftel. After the public ceremony, he knows denying his name is pointless. Leaning forward, Merlin's intensity rises as she prepares to ask a crucial question. Pointedly, she asks him if he has ever heard of reincarnation. The direct question sends a pure shock through Eftel. He marvels inwardly that her keen intuition has not faded over the centuries. He admits to himself that she hit the bullseye on her very first guess. He feigns ignorance and asks what reincarnation is, while Merlin reveals his exam answers. She says his score of 958 is so high it seems an emperor took the test. Stunned, Eftel realizes how thorough her investigation of him was. Merlin says the faculty couldn't make sense of his answers. She asked him directly if he knew why they were so confused by his work. She reveals the truth that his theories were all from 400 years ago. Anastasia hears the startling revelation and wears a quietly concerned expression. Her red-haired companion is stunned by the news. Eftel is caught, surprise clear as he takes in her accusation. Merlin presses him, demanding he explain how this is possible. Defeated, Eftel hangs his head and admits to himself he messed up. He regrets the test was so easy that he didn't realize his knowledge was outdated. Merlin's expression softens, and she says he reminds her of someone she once knew. She places a hand over her heart and says he reminds her of someone very dear. A sudden change in her tone leaves Eftel blushing in surprise. Merlin apologizes for being intense earlier, and she is much calmer now. She admits she often becomes heated when talking about her late teacher. Reincarnation is unproven, but she points out his strong resemblance to Lord Eftel. She thinks he avoided her earlier because of this. Leaning in, she whispers to confirm her assumption. Eftel stands quietly, absorbing the direct, challenging question. He imagines happily proving her theory that he was reincarnated. In his daydream, a blushing Merlin is left completely speechless by his confession. Reality returns, and he knows he cannot tell her the truth. He wishes it were that easy to just confess everything. Other students look over, whisper, and grow suspicious about the conversation. Their suspicious whispers fill the air and make the mood tense. Frustrated, Eftel only wants to be left alone to study magic. Clenching his jaw, he opts for a desperate course of action. Leaning in, he prepares to tell her a made-up version of the truth. Merlin leans in, intrigued by his sudden offer to explain everything. Whispering a scandalous secret, he says Emperor Stormgale had a mistress. Since she wouldn't accept the truth, he decided he had to make up a believable lie. Merlin is stunned by the scandalous claim about a mistress. Eftel keeps lying, claiming the secret affair produced a child. He weaves an elaborate tale about a hidden mountain tribe devoted to magic. Merlin starts to protest, and he yanks her sharply closer to him. She protests that his story makes no sense and that she was never told about it. He says the original Eftel sank into despair when he realized he had no talent. Merlin is stunned and calls him an idiot for the outrageous suggestion. A sharp sound as his hand clamps down over her mouth. He squeezes her in a tight, constricting hold, stifling her protests. He warns her that she must keep this secret to protect the Emperor's honor. Merlin stops struggling, her expression changing as a new thought dawned on her. Realizing he has this information, she concludes he must be Eftel. Eftel looks down, his face unreadable as she takes in the new theory. He confirms his name is Eftel Alcott and that he is the 13th generation of that hidden tribe. Pressing his hands together, he begs her to accept this answer. He looks up, sweat beading on his brow, hoping she will accept his lie. Merlin stands regal and commanding as she considers his story. A quiet gaze suggests she accepts his explanation. She admits she has made her teacher sad and kept it from her, but she understands. Her sadness fades, replaced by a fierce competitive drive to test their skills. Eftel is at a loss over her sudden, intense change in behavior. She insists his bloodline is not the only one to follow in Lord Eftel's footsteps. She makes it clear he is not the only one trying to reach the top of magic. Her hand lands on his chest with a thump, and she says others have trained for years. Eftel knows she would, of course, have spent 400 years honoring his memory. Changing the subject, he asks her about the upcoming mock battles. He confirms he heard that she, an honor student, will participate in the event. He reveals the faculty insisted he take part so a true mage could defeat him. Merlin issues a direct challenge to a showdown on the magical combat field. Her bold, unexpected declaration leaves Eftel speechless. Panic hits him when he realizes that fighting her will make him stand out in a big way. A public fight like that would ruin his plans for a quiet life. He knows he could just refuse her challenge and walk away. Still, part of him is clearly tempted by the thrilling prospect. He looks up at her, his face a mix of panic and raw excitement. Merlin declares she cannot resist seeing how her precious disciple has grown in 400 years. A strong wind sweeps across the vast arena as they face each other for their duel. Wind whips Merlin's dress and hair as they prepare to fight. The practice battle for the acceptance ceremony will begin shortly. Before the main event starts, the announcer reveals a surprise to the audience. Legendary headmaster Merlin appears as a special participant in the battle. Students burst into cheers, excited to see a living legend perform. Eftel's fan club cheers loudly, urging him to give it his absolute best. Drowning in noise, Anastasia presses her hands to her ears and frowns in annoyance. Eftel suggests to Merlin they start with some warm-ups on the vast combat field. Merlin smiles confidently and agrees to his opening terms for their duel. Challenging him to reveal his power, she rushes forward at blinding speed. Eftel immediately releases a monstrous being of black fire that hurtles toward her. Stunned, Merlin realizes he cast a Tier VI spell without any incantation. A blazing creature slams into the arena floor in a huge, deafening explosion. Students in the stands reel back in terror as the blast's shockwave hits. Calmly, Eftel walks out of the smoke, unfazed by the attack he just launched. A fading echo of energy ripples through the field as the dust starts to clear. Calm and focused, he surveys the aftermath of his spell. He praises her strong warm-up and admits he may have underestimated her. Merlin emerges from the smoke, protected by a brilliant, ornate barrier. Determined, she keeps her eyes on him, her hand poised for a counterattack. Eftel beams, realizing she cast a Tier 7 wall without a chant. He watches her and accepts that her formidable reputation is justified. Merlin insists she still retains the dignity of being Lord Eftel's 13th generation disciple. She fires the same Tier 6 fire spell back at him with immense force. Eftel confidently lifts his own Tier 7 impregnable wall to shield against her attack. Two powerful spells crash together, shattering the field. Merlin confronts him to see if he can handle the power she learned from Eftel. Thrilled, Eftel says he has not seen such skill since his reincarnation. Merlin glares at the man's smug smile and questions his audacity. Amazed, he finds she has already finished preparing another powerful spell. With a mighty cry, she unleashes a second-tier VI Extreme Flame Formation. A massive explosion engulfs much of the arena, sending debris flying. Watching students fall into terrified, open-mouthed shock. Black flames surge across the combat field, scorching its gridded floor. A spectator points out that casting high-tier spells usually takes a long time. She explains that Emperor Stormgale's school focuses on rapid casting. Eftel smirks, thinking to himself that he already knows this. Merlin glances over, taken aback by his knowing expression and total confidence. He realizes he is also part of that same school. Springing up, he summons a Tier 7 freezing specter to counter her flames. His skeletal ice beast swoops down and freezes her inferno solid when it hits. The black flames that once raged crackle and break into countless icy shards. Stunned, Merlin realizes he anticipated her attack and prepared a counter. Eftel says he's not finished with his assault yet. The frozen battlefield starts to crackle while he readies his next spell. Reflecting, he says rapid casting was a skill he developed to keep up. Unleashing a massive tier VII glacial lance, he taps into a skill from his past. Amazed by his speed, Merlin notices there is no delay between spells. He silently dares her to keep up with his incredible casting speed. The colossal Iceland races through the air toward its target. Breathing hard, Merlin braces for the powerful attack coming at her. She summons an impenetrable wall just in time to stop the lance. Praising her success, Eftel says he will raise the intensity. Merlin responds with a rapid barrage of her own glacial lances. She snaps at him, calling him a cheeky brat for pushing her so hard. Summoning a flurry of impenetrable walls, he blocks her volley of spells. With her attack blocked, he challenges her to defend his next move. He fires a massive, wickedly barbed projectile that she barely dodges. The spiky, powerful projectile pulses with immense, barely contained energy. Shocked, Merlin realizes his spell is much more refined than he thought. She senses he is testing her and that she is underestimating her own power. She summons a Tier 7 wall that slams into his attack in a flash. Confident her wall will hold, she grits her teeth against the impact. Still, his lance grinds relentlessly at her defense, overwhelming it. A spiderweb of cracks spreads across her barrier as it begins to fail under the strain. The wall shatters and the blast hurls her backward. Shocked, she realizes his magic is physically pushing her back. He dismisses her spell formation as sloppy and says his is superior. Brushing off his words as nonsense, she struggles against the force. Suddenly, she realizes what's happening. She believes he's exposing every weakness she has. She sees he is not just fighting, but actively pointing them out. She remembers her teacher saying the same critical words. The striking likeness to her master leaves her briefly stunned. She lets out a fierce cry and decides to use her advanced technique. Hands fly apart as she prepares to cast several spells at once. In a stunning display, she summons 2-tier VII impregnable walls at once. 2 ornate, powerful barriers appear and create a double-layer defense. From a distance, the red-haired young man watches, stunned by her skill. Amazed, he reacts to the incredible feat she just performed. Eftel laughs and admits she got him, saying he didn't expect it. Amazed by her skill, he watches her cast multiple high-tier spells at once. His amusement fades when he spots a critical flaw in her move. Suddenly, Merlin feels dizzy, her head wobbling from the strain. Eftel rushes forward and explains the subconscious weakness of casting simultaneously. He asks if her teacher ever warned her not to use it without a cover. A fierce grin shows her teacher taught that lesson well. She triggered a trap and magical circles formed to ensnare him. He has been caught in a Tier VII teleport spell called a Cage of Light. He had anticipated it and teleported away with his own teacher. The spot where he was trapped explodes in a massive, destructive blast. An explosion sends a huge cloud of smoke and debris billowing upward. Merlin watches, surprised that he managed to escape her gambit. A low hum of fading energy fills the ruined arena. Scars of shattered stone and deep craters mar the battlefield. Quietly, she says his skill surpasses even her own high expectations. Walking over the broken ground, she looks thoughtful. Eftel says he anticipated her attack and had prepared a teleportation spell. After 400 years, Merlin reflects on losing a battle fought with the same spells. She admits she feels happy because fighting him brings back fond memories. Eftel regards her with gentle, knowing fondness. Calling his name, she prepares for her final move in the duel. She announces it's time to end this and prepares to use her trump card. Eftel's expression turns serious as she prepares for her final attack. Challenging him, she promises to admit defeat if he can defend against it. Red-haired spectator says firmly that she hasn't given up yet. Merlin unleashes her ultimate attack, a tier VIII Thunder God's Hammer. Eyes wide in disbelief, Eftel doubts the simplicity of his opponent's ultimate attack. Merlin reconsiders his assumption and suggests her attack is far more complex. The Thunder God's colossal hammer slams into the arena floor with devastating force. Watching from the sidelines, Anastasia observes the spell is highly refined but essentially ordinary. Dodging the first blast, Eftel does not realize the true nature of the attack. Focused, Merlin casts another powerful spell with her left hand at the same time. Eftel recognizes her true strategy and leaps away from the electrical storm. The second wave of lightning rips across the battlefield with devastating force. A confident smirk crosses his face when he realizes that her ultimate technique is simultaneous casting. Unmoved, he finds her attack lacking and sets up a simple defensive barrier. A new wave of crackling lightning descends from above, shattering his confidence. Showing her skill, Merlin casts another spell with a powerful kick. Eftel cries out in shock when she realizes she is casting a third spell at the same time. A three-pronged lightning strike hurtles toward his position at blinding speed. Three powerful spells detonate, turning the arena into a furious maelstrom. Sent reeling by the force, he admits he just barely dodged the skilled attack. Merlin lands with poise, her high-heeled boots striking the cracked ground with authority. Amid the devastation, she stands poised to continue her relentless assault. Anastasia gasps from the sidelines, alarmed to see that Merlin isn't finished yet. A fourth point of light appears as Merlin gets ready to cast another spell. Her hand and both feet glow with immense magical energy. Floating in the air, she casts four powerful tier VIII spells at once. Eftel's expression turns to pure, unrestrained excitement and awe. A short, sharp laugh escapes him, fully captivated by the display of power. He throws his head back and laughs with real joy at the amazing sight. He shouts that he admires her and that she is truly incredible. Sprinting across the battlefield, he is amazed that he has never seen such powerful spellcasting. His gaze softens with pride as he acknowledges her as his treasured disciple. Merlin roars with determination as she releases the full force of her magic. He remembers her solitary, centuries-long journey to hone her skills after he died. His expression hardens as he prepares to crush her with his full power. A surge of energy lifts his hair as he prepares to counter. He declares his ultimate attack, the Tier X spell Eftel. Across the ruined landscape, the two fighters stand ready for their final clash. Surrounded by a storm of pure lightning, Merlin unleashes her power. Eftel grins confidently and acknowledges that her attack is pretty good. Studying her technique, he activates four-tier VIII spells with all four limbs. He realizes the enormous strain would overwhelm any ordinary mage. With a final cry, Merlin dares him to block her ultimate attack if he can. Four colossal bolts of lightning, the Thunder God's hammer to strike him. Excitement lights his eyes as he sees how much his disciple has grown. He concludes that this feeling of pride is not a bad thing. White floods the world as he casts the cataclysmic Tier X spell Eftel. A blinding flash fills the arena as their spells collide in a series of thunderous booms. The shockwave forces the watching students and instructors to scramble for their lives. The spell he unleashed sweeps across the battlefield, consuming everything. Merlin cries in disbelief as her ultimate attack is completely absorbed. Hurled through the air, she is caught in an overwhelming magical force. Eftel snaps his fingers in a sharp, decisive sound, ready to intervene. Calm amid the chaos, he commands the spell to end itself. The world-shattering spell fades, sending Merlin tumbling through the silent air. The spell's remaining energy crackles and fades away. Plummeting from the sky, she heads toward the ravaged battlefield below alone. Her body slams to the ground with a heavy thud, landing hard on her knees. Completely exhausted, she gasps for breath, her body trembling from the effort. Her mind reels as she realizes she was overwhelmed by her own spell. Now she knows for certain it was the legendary Tier X spell Eftel. She lets out a soft, skeptical laugh as she remembers his made-up story. She knows only one person can perform such an impossible skill. She looks up to find him standing on a ledge above her. Whispering his name, Lord Eftel, she sounds both reverent and shocked. Looking down at her, he wears a gentle, knowing smile. Realization hits her, and she asks if he is Lord Eftel's reincarnation. Standing before her, he silently acknowledges her brilliant deduction. He scratches his head and sheepishly admits that his identity has been revealed. For a moment he pauses, caught in his own web of lies. He confirms she will, of course, figure it out after such a display. Merlin stammers, finally felt the full weight of the truth. Pointing to the devastation, he says it is the only logical explanation. Looking down, she whispers her acceptance of the impossible truth. Playfully ruffling her hair, he praises her powerful trump card. He acknowledges her 400 years of dedicated training with genuine pride. His praise makes her blush, her eyes wide with emotion. Overwhelmed by the thought of meeting him again, she stammers. Tears stream down her face as she realizes her centuries of hard work have paid off. Taken aback by her tears, he awkwardly tells her not to cry. Wiping her eyes, she apologizes and admits she acts like a child around him. A frantic cry in the distance interrupts their emotional moment. Anastasia runs toward them across the shattered landscape. Breathless, she arrives hunched over from exhaustion. Panicked, she looks up and warns her master that things are bad. Eftel and Merlin exchange looks, confused by the newcomer's sudden arrival. Merlin narrows her eyes when Anastasia calls Eftel master. Another student walks up asking if Eftel bought a slave. A deep rumble cuts through their awkward conversation, signaling a new problem. A flashback shows a crowd of adoring students swarming Eftel after his victory. A mask of pure discomfort covers his face because of the unwanted attention. Now he and Merlin are fleeing the same adoring mob. Merlin lifts a hand, drawing his attention as they flee. She asked why he, as a lord, would enroll in the academy. Pausing to catch his breath, he prepares to explain his true motives. He states plainly that he wants to study magic as an ordinary student. Merlin listens, her expression softening as she understands his sincere wish. After a moment's thought, she seems to decide. Fiercely determined, she suggests they escape the academy together. Eftel is stunned and asks where they could possibly go. She reassures him not to worry because she has a plan. Racing away, they leave Anastasia and the other students in a cloud of dust. Their journey leads them far from the city into the woods. They travel through the woods as Merlin announces their destination is just ahead. An elegant elf leads a trio of adventurers standing in a sunlit forest clearing. Merlin, the elven woman, smiles gently and says they have arrived at their destination. Eftel, her young companion, gasps in complete disbelief at the sight before them. An impossibly grand, opulent mansion towers over the small group, dwarfing them by its sheer scale. A memory surfaces and shows this is the same mansion they lived in during a previous life. A wave of nostalgia washes over Eftel as he realizes Merlin must have maintained it for 400 years. Merlin breaks his train of thought to get his attention and explain her plan. She tells him they can use the mansion while she handles the paperwork. Eftel is puzzled by her generous offer and doubts her motives. Smiling confidently, Merlin announces that she will enroll them in her Althana Academy. Eftel is shocked to learn she plans to transfer them to her prestigious school. Surprise quickly turns to elation when he realizes he can conduct his research there freely. Merlin confirms that, as her student, he will have unrestricted access to all academy facilities. Filled with gratitude, Eftel hurries forward and embraces her, thanking her profusely. Merlin accepts his hug with a soft, blushing smile and tells him to leave everything to her. They will stay at the grand old mansion while they wait for their transfer. A stamped document formally names them Merlin's direct disciples. The grand mansion stands tall as their new, though temporary, home. Stepping inside, Eftel bursts into a cry of pure joy. He has found a magnificent 2-story arcane library, a scholar's dream come true. He wastes no time and eagerly pulls an ancient tome from a towering shelf. Gloved hands flip through pages packed with dense arcane text. He is impressed that every page has been perfectly preserved. Tears fill his eyes as he realizes Merlin must have kept the whole collection for centuries. Suddenly, he remembers a specific item he needs. Since regaining his skill with the sword, he has wanted to recover a particular legendary blade. The powerful weapon should remain stored in the mansion's artifact vault, he believes. The heavy stone vault door creaks open as they approach the dark corridor. At the far end of the hall, a magic lamp starts to shake and give off an eerie glow. A massive, muscular genie familiar appears and demands to know who has entered its domain. Eftel states his purpose politely and asks to be allowed inside to retrieve the sword called the lightning splitter. Outraged, the genie refuses to accept that mere brats could claim such a weapon. Eftel and his companion Anastasia bristle at being called snot-nosed brats. The pompous guardian scoffs and says they must be unaware of the blade's immense worth. He brags that the SSS rank epic item was brought back by the great Lord Eftel himself. Eftel's expression sharpens as recognition flickers in his eyes. This is confirmed to be the weapon the Demon Lord's vice commander once wielded. Anastasia remembers the chilling shock of seeing that blade cut through Eftel's magic. The genie brushes them off as curious students from Merlin's school and tells them to leave. He says only Lady Merlin or Lord Eftel of the four emperors may enter. Eftel tries to reveal his real identity and tell the genie he is the one. The guardian angrily silences the foolish brat as his patience runs out. He warns he'll rough up the insolent kid unless he leaves right away. The stone wall next to the genie starts to crack and crumble as his anger grows. Snarling, he says he'll beat them to a bloody pulp because he's tired of their arrogant behavior. Shadow falls across Eftel's face, a single bead of sweat on his brow. The genie turns away, muttering that the damn hag Merlin left him to rot. Calm and unreadable, Eftel watches him as his own patients begin wearing thin. Sneering, the genie insults Merlin's master and calls the legendary Eftel talentless. The air turns heavy and cold as Eftel's demeanor changes sharply. The guardian keeps mocking him, suggesting Eftel used dirty tricks to become an emperor. Eftel's voice drops to a low, menacing tone as he asks where the lightning splitter is. Startled, the genie flinches at the boy's abrupt, intense change of tone. Eftel glares with fury and repeats his demand to know where the sword is. 3 figures stand in the stone quarter, tension hanging in the air. Intrigued by the boy's intensity, the genie agrees to reveal its location this time. He gestures with his thumb toward the back of the vault to show where the sword rests. The guardian warns that every artifact is guarded by strong spells to keep thieves away. Eftel approaches the sword calmly as the genie watches with mocking amusement. Laughing, he tells the boy to give up because only Merlin could hope to touch the artifacts. Laughter fades as Eftel's hand closes around the hilt of the legendary sword. This powerful weapon accepts its true master without magical resistance. Standing at the entrance, Anastasia casts the powerful Tier VII spell Absolute Dispel at the genie. Magical wards protecting the other artifacts in the vault disappear instantly. The genie cries out in disbelief, realizing the impossible has just happened. Sweating profusely, he is stunned that all the protective spells have been nullified in an instant. Now holding the sword, Eftel gives it a few practice swings, pleased with the fine blade. Merlin appears and, in a sharp voice, calls the cowering genie an impertinent fool. A mask of pure fury covers her face, and her power rumbles around her like thunder. The genie screams her name in terror, while scolding him for calling her an old hag. Merlin calmly asks Eftel whether he was checking the vault, and Eftel confirms he was. He says he retrieved his sword now, that he's finally strong enough to wield it again. The genie realizes with horror that the boy cast the dispel spell without a chant. Eftel tightens his grip on the sword, the silent threat hanging heavy in the air. A cold, hard glare at the genie confirms the guardian's worst fears. The genie's mind shatters, and he lets out a deep, guttural scream of denial. Throwing himself face down, he begs Lord Eftel to forgive his transgressions. Eftel calmly tells the groveling genie he doesn't need to worry about his rudeness. He introduces himself in Anastasia and asks the genie to remember them from now on. The genie snaps to attention, salutes, and pledges his unconditional loyalty to his lord. Anastasia watches sympathetically and asks Merlin to go easy on the poor genie. After resolving the immediate crisis, the group moves on from the now unprotected vault. The scene shifts as the light fades into evening. Inside the lavish mansion, a new, more serious conversation is about to begin. A knock comes at the study door while Eftel works late into the night. Merlin enters and formally asks Lord Eftel for a moment of his time to discuss a certain matter. They sit in a grand dining hall with tension hanging between them. Eftel sipped his tea and asked Merlin why she was acting so formal all of a sudden. She says she just came back from spending time with Anastasia in the baths. Merlin reveals she took the chance to check if Anastasia's body was ready for night services. Shocked, Eftel spits his drink across the room in a comical spray. He strongly denies having that kind of intimate relationship with Anastasia. Merlin insists the best man in the world deserves the best woman by his side. A flashback shows her carefully examining a blushing Anastasia to make sure she was physically fit. Eftel, clearly flustered, repeats that their relationship is not and will not be physical. Merlin relaxes her serious demeanor and softens as she moves on from the topic. She apologizes for being forward and for making him feel uncomfortable. Setting Jess aside, she says she noticed something unusual during their bath. In a flashback, Anastasia's buttock shows a glowing, detailed, demonic tattoo. Merlin, deeply concerned, asks whether Lord Eftel knew this was not a normal slave mark. In a grand dining hall, Lord Eftel tells the kneeling Merlin a hard truth. Merlin's eyes go wide as he stammers in disbelief at his admission. She warns him urgently that he is taking a serious risk by keeping Anastasia close. Eftel glares and warns her not to make him repeat his firm decision. A swirling surge of energy punctuates his determined, forceful declaration. With his cup in hand, he says firmly that he has taken Anastasia in. Merlin meets his gaze as her first protest fades into a new understanding. Bowing her head, she formally apologizes for questioning his judgment. It was clear to her that he chose not as himself, but as Emperor Stormgill. Eftel takes a calm sip of his drink, showing he is fully aware of all the risks. Soon after, Merlin finished the paperwork and enrolled them both at Althena Magical Academy. Dressed in their new school uniforms, Eftel and Anastasia prepare for their academic life. The story follows their first day at the Grand Althena Academy alongside the other students. The blonde elf girl with a ponytail turns back, her face showing surprise. Two other male students whisper together, one clearly disbelieving what he sees. A crowd presses around them, demanding to know why a human is at their academy. Though Anastasia is worried about the hostile whispers, her master already knows. He traces the academy's history from a joint school to an institution exclusively for demons. Eftel admits he expected an unwelcoming reception as the only human. They find the classroom Merlin assigned to them and get ready to enter the hall. The heavy wooden door creaks open, echoing loudly. In the tiered lecture hall, students lounge while a winged girl glares at them. Other students sit back, staring at the newcomers with clear hostility. Instinctively, Anastasia hides behind her master as they enter the tense room. The winged girl speaks with contempt and asks why a human is a transfer student. A long-haired elf sneers and says the human smells of his natural stink. Eftel grimaces, expecting his academic life to be full of trouble. A title card shows Merlin enrolling the pair as headmaster. Chapter 10, Underlying Evil, opens on the long-awaited day they enroll. A female student repeats the biased claim that humans are naturally bad at magic. Another male student smirks and comments on the supposed natural body odor of humans. Eftel smiles confidently and suggests to Anastasia that they take their seats. As they enter the lecture hall, whispers spread that a human is present. Descending the steps of a grand lecture hall, the young man notices his companion is upset. Anastasia clutches her uniform, her face tense with anxiety and sweat beading on her brow. Across the room, two elves, one male and one female, watch the newcomers with clear disdain. She quickly looks away, trying to hide her fear from her master. He asks what's wrong, but she insists frantically that it's nothing at all. Her master watches with a hint of confusion, unable to understand what is happening. A young elf girl suddenly steps forward to block their way down the aisle. She forcefully challenges their right to attend the prestigious academy. Seated, Abel the white-haired elf watches the confrontation with a smug smirk. Now the focus of unwanted attention, the pair walks down the steps. The young man's hand instinctively rests by the katana's hilt. Abel tells his companion Maria to watch the human's specific outfit. He cynically concludes that the boy is likely an influential figure in the human world. Abel figures he just bought his way into the prestigious academy. Whispers spread through the lecture hall, carrying the elves' dismissive assessment. The young man winces, silently admitting the accusation is uncomfortably accurate. A pang of embarrassment hits him as he remembers how far he went to gain admission. Abel taunts him, saying scum like him cannot keep up. The young man smiles calmly and says he will do his best. The opponent slams his hands down on the desk with angry force. A sudden violent outburst startles the other students in the hall. Angrily, Abel recounts the huge hardships he had to overcome to earn his place here. Behind him, other students insist the academy is reserved for elite demons and elves. He dismisses the human as powerless and doubts his right to study with them. A girl with small dark wings walks past the rising conflict. Sitting down beside them, she says it's nothing personal. She admits they dislike humans here, but she doesn't care. A serious look crosses her face as she shares her real concern. The girl makes clear she cares about the school's reputation. She flicks her wrist and warns the human not to embarrass them. The young man admits their point and accepts the difference in magical ability. Anastasia notes that this prejudice has existed for over 400 years. A commanding elven woman walks in and orders everyone to sit as class starts. A young elf with long, pale hair and a serious expression watches the scene. Inside the lecture hall, she turns and asks someone out of sight who they are. A powerful elven woman apologizes and announces that the class has a new instructor. Seated, Eftel recognizes her as Merlin, his face frozen in shock. Merlin slams his hand down on the lectern, seizing everyone's attention. The cavernous lecture hall falls instantly into complete silence. Merlin Alcott introduces herself firmly as the dean of the academy. With an intense gaze, she scans the students and announces she will personally supervise them. Eftel Grimace silently wonders if this was her plan all along. Students whisper in awe, amazed that the legendary dean is teaching them. Abel, a long-haired elf student, stands to get the dean's attention. Merlin nods to him and calmly asks whether he has something to say. Abel, surrounded by roses, smugly assumed she had come to admire him. In a condescending tone, he tells her she didn't need to cover the class for him. The other students accept Abel's arrogant explanation as plausible. Merlin looks completely baffled by his self-important assumption. She apologizes and then asks bluntly whether she should know him. Abel freezes, visibly stunned as his confident, arrogant composure shatters instantly. In desperation, he declares he is Abel Marlin, the top student in the class. Merlin responds to his name with a bored, unimpressed look. She then makes it clear that he is not the reason she has taken over. Pointing dramatically, she reveals that the real reason is another student. Announcing her presence, she welcomes the young man Eftel in person. All at once, the class bursts into a single shout of complete disbelief. A nervous young man with brown hair sweats, convinced this was a terrible idea. Eftel wonders why the headmaster would go to such lengths for a mere human. Smiling confidently, Merlin confirms that this is true. Abel falls into a silent, teeth-gritting rage. Beside Eftel, the girl with horns looks incredulous about the situation. Flustered, Abel takes a breath and offers a new theory. Loudly, he insists that Eftel must be the son of an influential lord. Merlin pauses, weighing his words with a pensive expression. Her gaze hardens as she asks him whether that's really how it looks. Abel, with a condescending smile, lays out his theory about how the powerless human entered their academy. With a thoughtful look, Merlin prepares to give her final speech to the class. She sternly rebukes a student, saying his foolish prejudice shows he has much to learn. Merlin's face tightens with intensity as she delivers a powerful declaration. Arm outstretched, she orders the whole class to watch Eftel closely. The announcement hits the stunned student body with shock and disbelief. Merlin says this is the perfect chance for them to see how wrong their view of humans is. The students now regard Eftel with fresh, intense scrutiny and suspicion. Eftel panics inwardly, wondering what Merlin could be trying to accomplish. With a cheerful wink, Merlin says she looks forward to seeing his future exploits. Eftel is now the focus of unwanted attention, surrounded by classmates glaring suspiciously. Red-haired Frasier watches in utter despair, overwhelmed by the situation. The homeroom bell rings and Eftel sighs, realizing Merlin has ruined his quiet school life. When class ends, the students stay in the lecture hall, watching the newcomers. A spiky-haired student bounds up to Eftel's desk, bursting with energy. Furious Abel looms over him and demands to know what he truly is. Another student steps in to calm things, saying Eftel is just an ordinary human boy. A loud slam draws Eftel's full attention to the spiky-haired student. He accuses Eftel forcefully of a secret arrangement with Lady Merlin. Flustered, Eftel stammers a weak explanation of the situation. Barely containing his rage, Abel's pride is completely shattered by the day's events. Suddenly, Abel tells the class he understands everything now. Speculating aloud, he says Merlin teaches children for free and seems especially fond of cute boys. Abel then suggests that Merlin keeps these favored students close for private lessons. Leaning over the desk, he sneers and asks whether Eftel is Merlin's favorite boy toy. The other students laugh, convinced Abel's crude theory is correct. Eftel calmly says it's disrespectful to call the dean an old hag. Enraged, Abel demands to know if the idiot human thinks he can lecture him. Eftel immediately backpedals, waving his hands and insisting he would never do that. Fed up with the bullies, Eftel hopes they will eventually stop bothering him. A loud school bell announces the start of the next period. The second period opens with a loud slam that grabs the students' attention. Merlin announces this period is for nominating the interclass exercise team. The class swallows nervously, aware of how important the upcoming selection is. Anastasia softly murmurs the exercise names, her expression serious. At the academy, the power-based system requires a 5-person team for monthly mock battles. Class rankings are updated every 4 months based on performance. Eftel knows everyone is working hard to reach the top. Merlin says the only remaining role to fill is magic swordsman. Silently, a classmate pleads with Merlin not to call on him, knowing he would go overboard. Merlin glances around the room and asks for a volunteer to take the position. A female student with a curly cowlick watches with surprise and curiosity. A student shoots their hand up with a swish, volunteering for the role. Merlin asks whether anyone feels confident in their skills, as Eftel hides his face. With a smile, she invites them to nominate themselves or someone they trust. Abel rises and calls to Ms. Merlin, drawing her attention. With great ceremony, he announces he would be honored to accept the position. A female student with a winged hair clip says Abel is the obvious choice. Another student agrees, calling Abel a shoo-in as the top freshman swordsman. Eftel clenches his fist in relief, sure all the roles are now filled. Merlin looks disappointed with the result and asks if anyone else is available. A lone hand trembles as it rises from the desks. Eftel turns, clearly surprised by the unexpected volunteer. A short-haired girl stares in wide-eyed shock. Merlin's expression shifts to pure astonishment. The rest of the class is just as stunned by the sudden development. Anastasia kneels on her desk with fierce, determined resolve. Eftel calls her name, unsure whether she is really volunteering. Her voice stammers nervously as she tries to deny what she is doing. Anastasia nominates Eftel for the position in a steady voice. All at once, the class bursts into a single shout of complete disbelief. Frasier looks electrocuted by the sheer shock of it all. Merlin watches with a delighted, excited expression. Suddenly, Abel realizes that things have just become interesting. A grotesque, manic grin spreads across his face as he laughs. The scene shifts to a vast outdoor dueling arena filled with spectators. Standing between the two opponents, Merlin asks if they are ready to begin. She announces a friendly duel between Abel and Eftel to decide who will be the team's swordsman. Frasier is sweating nervously, unable to understand how the situation escalated so quickly. Eftel looks over at Anastasia in the stands. Nervous, she twitches among the other students. Looking away, he notices her unusual behavior. It occurs to him that she wouldn't normally be bold enough to pull a stunt like that. Abel snarls, determined to prove the human is inferior and worthless. The duel has officially begun. The fighters surge forward, blades raised for the first clash. Eftel's eyes widen in surprise at his Abel attacks. His sword comes up just in time to block the first strike. Abel's attack is parried, and momentum sends him stumbling forward. Taunting Eftel, he challenges him to raise his sword and fight. Eftel watches, puzzled by his opponent's taunt. Merlin praises Abel's sportsmanship, as another student mocks Eftel for seeming afraid. Frasier sees Abel trying to look honorable while bullying the weak. Eftel smirks, knowing this is the perfect chance for him. Dashing forward, he aims to satisfy both Abel's pride and Merlin's expectations. Wearing a determined expression, he readies himself to face his opponent. Swords collide in a powerful arc, the impact echoing across the arena. They trade rapid blows in a blur of motion. Surprised, Abel grits his teeth at the human's skill. Both fighters keep trading fierce blows, their blades clashing again and again. A cheering crowd watches, captivated by the breathtaking swordsmanship. Eftel is pleased he made his strike look like a clean hit. Now he plans to make an obvious feint against his opponent. Feinting a light kick, he expects Abel to dodge and give him an opening. Abel watches closely, expecting a dodge and ready to counter. Stunned, he sees the kick hit its mark. The kick breaks through Abel's guard and sends him flying as he cries out in pain. The wing girl watches, mouth open in complete shock. Merlin is just as stunned by the duel's unexpected outcome. Anastasia clasps her hands, looking both surprised and relieved. Frasier shouts in disbelief as he realizes the kick went straight through Abel's defense. During a dynamic display, a long-haired fighter is sent flying backward through the air. Eftel, the victor, smirks and reveals he knew his opponent's attack was a feint. With lightning speed, his hand shoots out to grab his opponent. Eftel seizes his opponent by the hair and drives him into the ground with brutal force. After the fight, the defeated student lies on the courtyard floor with his sword beside him. The defeated fighters' faces contort into a mask of raw, trembling rage and humiliation. Finally, the defeated student falls with a heavy thud and lies unconscious. An elven woman lifts the young man's arm and declares student Eftel the winner of the duel. Nearby, a student is left speechless and completely stunned by the outcome. Onlookers murmur in disbelief, unable to accept that their top student lost. A spiky-haired classmate watches them, a sudden look of realization appearing on his face. Excitedly, he tells his friend he now understands what's happening. Confidently, he tells the crowd that this is all part of Lady Merlin's plot. He explains that humans are weak at magic, but excel as fighters. He figures this is why Merlin made a special exception for a human transfer student. The other students nod in agreement, finding his explanation completely logical. The horned girl realizes their class is a testing ground for a new curriculum. Another student strongly agrees this is the only sensible explanation. The red-haired boy goes along with the idea to avoid further uproar. The twin-tailed girl looks to Eftel and asks him to confirm their theory. Clearly uncomfortable, Eftel hesitates, caught off guard by the question. Offering a vague answer, he implies Merlin may have said something similar. Celebrating her correct guess, the girl watches the defeated Abel groan on the ground. On the ground, Abel glares in defeat, his hand covering his face in shame. A close-up shows his face twisted into a mask of simmering hatred. People nearby keep talking, unaware of the defeated student's quiet vow of revenge. Eftel watches his fallen opponent, wearing a calm, almost knowing smile. That evening, the group sits down to a lavish feast in the grand dining hall. To celebrate his victory, Eftel digs into a large sizzling steak. Savoring the juicy meat, his face is a picture of pure bliss. He munches contentedly and keeps enjoying his well-earned meal. Anastasia, his red-haired companion, hesitantly calls him master. Eftel looks up from his food and asks what's on her mind. In the lavish dining hall, Anastasia praises her master for using his strength to defeat the top student. She fidgets nervously and asks how he would handle a problem that power alone cannot solve. Her master stops eating, surprised by how sudden and serious her question is. He rests a hand on his chin and studies her deep, unexpected question. A red-haired boy across the table glances at their intense conversation. Worry shows on Anastasia's face as she looks at her master, waiting for his answer. Making a confident gesture, he says the only thing anyone can do is try their best. Anastasia gives a soft, disappointed laugh at his apparently simple answer. She says this is the kind of response she'd expect from a strong person. Pressing further, she asks whether he would say the same about a cruel, unavoidable fate. He says without hesitation that his answer would of course remain the same. The red-haired boy cuts in, saying his friend is just challenging fate right now. Laughing softly, Anastasia shows her awe and feels her master is simply too amazing. He quickly corrects her, insisting he is not as strong as she believes. The red-haired boy clenches his fist and decides not to join their exchange yet. Watching them, he decides that because she hasn't asked for help, he should stay out of it. Anastasia thanks her master for his kind words, but says sadly that she is still only a slave. Head bowed in shame, she apologizes for feeling inadequate and useless. He holds his wine and gently reassures her that she is her own person, not a slave to anyone. She admits her guilt and feels she has never been able to repay his kindness in any meaningful way. Startled by her sudden change in tone, he pauses mid-sip, his wine glass frozen in his hand. She blushes deeply and says that as a virgin she can at least offer herself as his slave. Her dress pooled at her feet, she stands in her undergarments, waiting for his command. In a panic, he jumps up, waving his hands and demanding that she explain what she is doing. Overwhelmed, he insists her feelings reached him and pleads to end the master and slave talk. He says her feelings and the simple pleasure of sharing a meal are repayment enough. Blushing, she looks up in disbelief and asks whether that is really all he wants from her. Motioning back to the table, he invites them to finish their meal together now. Hesitating, she clutches her dress to her chest, still taking in his gentle refusal. Calmly, he reminds her that their food is getting cold and gently urges her to sit down. Moved by gratitude, she agrees through tears and thanks him from the bottom of her heart. A bite of steak turns her expression to pure, blissful delight. Smiling warmly, he says a little good food can make the world a better place. Inside a grand dining hall, a young man and a woman laugh together across a long table. Night has fallen over the opulent mansion, its silhouette dark against the trees. Dawn arrives with birds chirping above the stately roof. Inside the estate, a massive, muscular, genie-like being wails in utter despair. A weeping genie stands in a vast stone treasury, surrounded by empty chests. A small elven figure says all the artifacts, including the lightning splitter, are gone. Crying, the genie admits he let Anastasia into the vault because she was a companion. A blonde elf and a young man listen grimly as he keeps hiccuping and crying. Merlin the elf realizes Anastasia is gone, and her thief-slave mark has been activated. Another student confirms that the mark hidden beneath her control mark has awakened. A normal slave mark prevents masters from ordering dangerous crimes. The special slave mark, however, enables a forbidden method for issuing such inhumane commands. Lord Eftel says that even 4 centuries ago this mark was a capital crime. Pretending not to care, he says he should just go cry himself to sleep. His expression hardens, knowing it will not solve anything. Confused by the change in tone, Merlin asked what he meant by solve. He teases her by refusing to share his plan, leaving her exasperated. Glancing over his shoulder, Eftel calmly announces he will revoke the special slave mark. Merlin rushes after him, demanding to know if he understands the consequences. She insists the special mark cannot be removed the way a regular mark can. Eftel confirms he can tell the difference between marks for labor slaves and marks for sex slaves. Both types of marks magically stop a slave from leaving their master. A special slave mark on a woman's hip is entirely different. Its power appears as huge dark snake-like coils slithering across the ground. A powerful godlike contract beast oversees all special slave contracts. Merlin asked in alarm whether he truly intends to fight this divine being. She recalls the time the beast raised a country over a broken contract. Holding his sword, Eftel tells Merlin this will not be easy. As she descends the stairs, she wonders why he would help someone who betrayed him. He reminds her that his principle is to care for anyone he is responsible for. A memory of Anastasia convinces him she is not truly malicious. Eftel says he cannot abandon someone with so much kindness in her heart. Hearing that, Merlin looks at him and blushes deeply with admiration. Merlin smiles peacefully, acknowledging and accepting his true nature. On a grand winding staircase, Merlin asks Lord Eftel where Anastasia could have gone. Eftel proves he planned ahead by placing a tracking spell on the stolen artifacts. The enchanted artifacts now glow, serving as beacons he can follow. A lone carriage creaks across a desolate landscape toward a distant mansion. Fiercely determined, Eftel says it's time to rescue Anastasia from the scumbag. From the mansion, a voice congratulates someone on a job well done. Lord Edward gloats over the glorious Hall of Treasures and its lightning splitter. On the checkered floor, Anastasia kneels and shyly thanks her master for his praise. Edward grins menacingly as he compliments Anastasia on her exceptional work while handling a knife. With expert skill, he swings the legendary lightning splitter, the blade flashing through the air. Edward was surprised when Anastasia suddenly transferred into his academy class. Looking down, Anastasia quietly admits she was surprised too. He admires the legendary blade that a demon hero wielded 4 centuries ago. The Class A adventurer smugly boasts that the sword is far superior to anything else. Anastasia gives a quiet, hesitant thank you and bows her head in submission. Edward grows somber as he moves on to a more important and serious topic. Perched on the ornate sofa, he taps the sword and adopts a threatening air. A hard glare pins Anastasia as he confronts her with a blunt, accusing question. Angrily, he demands to know whether she knew about the human's incredible power. Anastasia stammers, unable to form a coherent response to his aggressive interrogation. A vertical panel highlights the intense fury on Edward's face as he glares. He orders her to nominate the Mutt Eftel so he can duel him. Attempting to protest, she says Lord Eftel must not be underestimated. Edward slams his hand down forcefully, silencing her and refusing to listen. A mask of pure rage covers his face as he declares it an order. Defeated, Anastasia mutters that she had tried to warn him about Eftel's strength. Edward glares at her, contempt clear as he challenges her defiant stare. Quickly changing the subject, she tries to calm his rising anger. Anastasia quickly brings up a more important issue to distract him. Edward listens, his face still cold and clearly annoyed. Desperately hopeful, Anastasia asks whether he will finally remove the contract as promised. His face is a mask of cold, emotionless authority that gives no comfort. He mocked her, asking whether serving the Portesh family made her that uncomfortable. She admits the task he's given her is distasteful. Calmly, he acknowledges her feelings, his voice laced with condescending amusement. Smirking, he raises the lightning splitter, a magnificent sword. He confirms her latest delivery brings the total number of artifacts to 5. An ancient contract bound her family to present 5 artifacts every generation. He admits that this technically completes their contract for her generation. Joy brightens Anastasia's face as she believes she is finally free. A heavy thud marks her hope, collapsing into harsh reality. A vertical panel highlights the conversation's abrupt negative turn. Edward cruelly reveals that she remains bound by her special slave mark. A horrific, unexpected revelation leaves Anastasia speechless. He says the mark is a permanent punishment for crimes her ancestors are said to have committed. Walking away, he leaves words that paint an unavoidable, cursed future. Her future child, he snarls, will inherit her fate and carry on the cycle of servitude. He dismisses her and says he will meet his father to discuss her contract. As a final, cruel reward, he lets her rest in one of the mansion's rooms. In disbelief, Anastasia whispers that she is not sure she can really stay here. Edward taunts that she can't go back to Eftel now, even if she wanted to. Mocking, he insists the room is a reward she should not be modest about. Pain and total humiliation twist Anastasia's face into a silent grimace. Left with no choice, she drops to the floor and forces out a thank you. A maid guides her down a hallway as she recalls the countless times she was forced back. Each visit overwhelms her with disgust and intense nausea. Entering the room, she thinks today has been the absolute worst day yet. She collapses onto the luxurious bed with a heavy thud, completely spent. Flat on her back, she covers her eyes and whispers that she betrayed Master Eftel. Tears stream down her face while she grunts and her body shakes with emotional agony. A fragile hope rises as she whispers that this finally ends it. Her breath carries the name Tatiana into the quiet, lonely room. A single tear drops, marking the end of a long, painful struggle. 8 years earlier, the scene shifts to a rundown farmhouse in the countryside. 7-year-old Anastasia watches her sister return home in silence. Tatiana, her 17-year-old sister, is shown as 10 years older than her. In a vertical panel, young Anastasia yells and calls her older sister Amini. Angry, the young girl asks why her sister is always such a jerk. Tatiana coldly snaps that Anastasia stole their mother from her. The account says their mother died moments after Anastasia was born. Their father rushes over and tells Anastasia to stop fighting with her sister. We meet their weary father, Ivan, the head of the impoverished Branova family. Tatiana goes to her father and offers a small amount of money for necessities. Ivan accepts it with shame, mourning their family's fall from nobility. A small stack of gleaming coins shows Tatiana's modest, hard-earned contribution. Angry after a long absence, Tatiana confronts her father about his meager income. Furious, Anastasia accuses her sister of fooling around in expensive clothes. Tatiana tightens her fist, stunned by her younger sister's cruel words. Anastasia screams that without Tatiana, they would have enough money. Tearfully, she tells her sister not to come back if she hates her so much. Anastasia says that at the time she saw her sister as an ungrateful witch. A memory shows her screaming that she hates Tatiana with her whole heart. Looking back, Tatiana asks sadly whether she truly feels that way. Anastasia's younger face looks tearful, confused, and angry. With a smile, Tatiana wishes her father well and leaves, baffling Anastasia. A crest marks Tatiana's hand as she turns away wearing a lonely expression. Anastasia realized her sister's eyes held unbearable loneliness. 5 years later, Anastasia and her father work in the fields. A sudden clatter from a speeding carriage wheel interrupts their quiet work. Now older, Anastasia shields her eyes and asks what the rumbling sound is. 2 powerful horses pull a grand carriage toward them at high speed. A loud whinny rises from the horse as the impressive carriage stops. The vehicle slides to a stop on the dusty dirt road. Alarmed, Anastasia and her father watch as the carriage arrives unexpectedly. The carriage door creaks open, revealing a figure inside. Just inside the carriage door, a hand grips a bundle of cloth. Anastasia and her father watch, feeling confused and worried by the strange visitors. A uniformed man roughly throws Tatiana's unconscious body out of the carriage. Tatiana lies on the ground, limp and battered, her face pale and motionless. Anastasia and her father stare in horror at the tragic scene. A grand carriage thunders down a country road while a young girl calls for her sister. Kneeling beside her sister's motionless body, Anastasia desperately asks what happened. Looking down at her unconscious sister, she whispers her name in shock and disbelief. A hand grips Anastasia's wrist hard, startling her. 3 imposing figures tower over her and her fallen sister as she looks up. A young, smug Abel asks his father if this new girl is the next one. Safiro, the patriarch, confirms his daughter's question with a grim look. Confused, Anastasia wobbles and asks her father what they're talking about. Her father's collapse confirms to Abel that she is his second daughter, Anastasia. Desperate, he pleads with them to use Anastasia as Tatiana's replacement. Abel gives a cold laugh, taunting the man for being a terrible father. Abel gives her father a sharp look and says it's time to proceed. Kafiro makes a sweeping gesture, ordering the succession ritual to begin at once. A desolate rocky clearing lies beneath a dark sky. In a glowing ritual circle, robed figures struggle each week to hold Tatiana down. Rough-handed guards strip Tatiana of her clothes to prepare her for the ritual. A close-up shows an intricate dragon-like crest tattooed on the back of Tatiana's hand. Anastasia screams for them to stop, frantic, as she demands to know what they're doing. Kafiro stands over them and explains the crest is a distinct mark used to identify slaves. He reveals Tatiana failed in her duties and paid for it with her life. Safiro announces that Anastasia will now take her place as the family's special slave. Horrified and completely bewildered, the anesthesiologist asks what a special slave mark is. Safiro begins explaining the harsh, straightforward terms of their family's contract. He explains that every generation must collect 5 artifacts and bring them to the Portesh. In a cold, final voice, he declares the contract is bound to her bloodline forever. Anastasia repeats his words in disbelief and challenges the generational requirement. Abel smugly says her duty is to act as a sex slave and to steal relics. With a cruel smile, Abel says that her sister has already retrieved the first 3 artifacts. Safiro laughs and warns her not to fail and suffer the same rat's death as her sister. Refusing to accept the terrible truth about her sister's life, Anastasia whispers. Staring at her sister's battered, lifeless body, she feels her mind reel. The realization hits her hard. Her sister was killed for stealing. Their father pleads with Tatiana to forgive Anastasia. That day, Anastasia finally learned the terrible secret her sister had been keeping. Anastasia's tears run down her face as the weight of this new reality crushes her. A flashback reveals the claimed history. 300 years ago, the Biarnova family started a war. The elite Portesh family defeated the Biarnovas, who had been convicted of pillaging. For their crimes, the Biarnovas were forced into a special slave contract. Anastasia realizes her sister had known the secret and chose to shoulder the burden alone. She realizes Tatiana was deliberately cruel to make her hate her and spare her the pain of grief. Light bursts from the ritual circle, sealing Anastasia's fate. Guards force her down as the branding begins. Crackling energy sears an intricate slave mark into Anastasia's hip. Crushed by guilt, she calls herself an idiot for not realizing her sister's sacrifice. Tears fall as she realizes how deeply her sister loved her despite the harsh words. Breaking free, she throws herself onto Tatiana and holds her tight. Anastasia weeps, apologizes to Tasha for not recognizing Tasha's true feelings. Her last whispered apology hangs in the empty air as everything she knows changes forever. As the memory fades, the scene shifts to the present day. In a luxurious bed, Anastasia sits up, tossing and turning in her sleep. After 3 years of work, she has finally acquired the last 2 artifacts. Now that the contract is signed, she says she and her sister are finally free. Aware that the contract forbids suicide, she vows that if she dies, it will end. Determined not to have children, she ensures the destructive cycle ends with her generation. Violent bangs on the door shatter her fragile peace. Startled, she sits up in bed and asks softly who is at the door. A long-haired, elfin man demands to know whether she is awake. Later, he pours her a cup of tea while she watches, confused. After dismissing the servant, he asks Anastasia what she meant by her earlier question. Sipping his tea calmly, he he repeats that she must collect the 5 artifacts herself. Anastasia freezes, a bead of sweat running down her temple. Slamming her hands on the table, she insists they agreed on only 2. He scoffs when she mentions an agreement that says the slave mark makes her helpless. Leaning back in his chair, he prepares to repeat his father's cruel words. He reveals his father's command to prevent the bloodline of such a skilled thief from ending. Terror floods Anastasia's eyes at the monstrous implication. She slumps in her chair, defeated, her spirit folding inward. He tells her that her new duty is to bring 3 more artifacts and to bear children for his family. Cruelly, he promises she will be free only after she fulfills this. Anastasia whispers in despair, asking why her sister had to die. Feigning confusion, he mockingly asks her to repeat the question she asked quietly. Her fists tighten as she says her sister did everything she could to free them. Shaking with anger, she demands to know what he will do about her sister's dreams. He repeats her question about her sister's hopes and dreams in a mocking tone. A monstrous grin spreads across his face as he calls them completely irrelevant. Anastasia is speechless, tears of disbelief running down her face. Closing in, he prepares to land the final soul-crushing blow. He offers to be honest with her, as he was with her sister. He asks whether she knows the true story behind their family's age-old struggle. Anastasia's eyes go wide with horror as she braces for the devastating revelation. His confession exposes that his ancestors stole from her family, the true descendants of the demon lord. A shattering blow hits Anastasia as she struggles to absorb this world-changing lie. She sees they were deceived from the start and that her ancestors were innocent. Shock covers her face and her world has been turned upside down. Cackling, he calls watching idiots react to the truth a masterpiece. Throwing his head back, he roars with laughter and says her sister made the same face. Anastasia is speechless, her spirit shattered by the cruel truth. Stumbling to the door, she mumbles a feeble excuse and slips out of the room. Staggering, she steps out of the mansion, a shadow of her former self. He watches her leave and calls her despair a true work of art. Clutching his head, he is pleased the shock was too much for her to handle. He knows she cannot truly escape. The contract will always bring her back. His mocking, triumphant laugh rings across the land as she disappears. Later that night, Anastasia wanders down a dark, empty city street. She wobbles, her body and spirit drained of hope. Her eyes are empty, lost in a fog of total despair and resignation. Rough-looking men notice how vulnerable she is and move in. Their leader, a spiky-haired man, watches her with predatory interest. A group of men surround her, making crude comments and pointing out that she is alone on the dark street. Resigned, Anastasia looks down and cannot summon any resistance. A spiky-haired man makes a crude comment about the young woman's figure. The skirt lifts to reveal an intricate mark that identifies her as a sex slave. A ragtag group of thugs surrounds her, seeing her as a convenient slave. Their leader leans in and promises to let her go safely once they've had their fun. The men start shoving her into a dark, secluded alley to amuse themselves. Hidden in the shadows, a young man watches the scene with a stern, silent stare. Dragged away, she thinks about the suffering and deep evil filling the world. The assailants laugh, convinced the heavens are rewarding them for their good deeds. The evil slave mark traps her and even takes away her right to die. Her attackers tear at her clothes, ready to start their cruel game. A vision of her cruel master convinces her that her fate cannot change. Resigned to her fate, she no longer sees any reason to care about this world. A single tear falls as she gives up and accepts the world's cruelty. A blur of motion, a figure bolts into the alley at breakneck speed. A powerful kick slams into the biggest thug's face, sending him flying. Chaos spreads among the other thugs as their friend crashes to the ground. A close-up shows the calm, determined face of her mysterious rescuer. The young woman watches, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. In another swift motion, the rescuer slams another thug to the ground. Everyone else backs away in fear at the sudden violent intervention. Moving like a phantom, he becomes a whirlwind of precise, powerful kicks. Another kick connects cleanly and neutralizes the thug with brutal efficiency. Continuing his assault, he easily takes down another of her attackers. 2 remaining thugs stare, their faces slack-jawed in pure terror. His unstoppable, graceful attack sends the last of the assailants flying. He grips the spiky-haired leader's face like a vice. The leader's face twists in pain as the rescuer holds him fast. A final mighty heave sends the leader crashing to the ground. A young man looms over her and coldly says she is his girl. Still on the ground, Anastasia stammers his title in utter confusion. Defeated thugs groan in pain and question the stranger's motives. Her savior fixes a cold stare on the men and orders them to run. The thugs let out a single terrified squeak, their bravado gone. People scramble over one another to get away, shouting apologies as they run. The alley now empty, he stands over her as the thug's footsteps clatter away. Breaking the silence, he calls her name and asks her a question. Calmly, he asks why she took the lightning cutter without telling him first. Anastasia looks up, stammers, and cannot form a coherent response. Collapsing forward, she apologizes repeatedly and blames the special slave mark. Rephrasing his question, he steels his expression into intense focus. He insists on knowing why she never told him about her special slave mark. Anastasia looks away and starts to explain how hopeless her situation is. She insists that telling him would not have made any difference. She insists the mark is permanent and cannot simply be made to disappear. A close-up shows the detailed, tattoo-like slave mark on her upper thigh. She explains that the special mark is a contract enforced by a god's power. She insists it is completely unbreakable and not subject to a single person's will. Sobbing and overcome by hopelessness, she watches him stand silently before her. A gentle, firm hand lands on her head, pulling her out of her grief. She looks up, eyes wide with surprise, tears clinging to her lashes. He calmly asks what difference it makes, dismissing the power of the god she fears. He asks her a deep question about who she really thinks he is. They stand on a dark, reflective surface by the water as he speaks. A vivid ghostly image of his former self appears as he announces who he is. Anastasia is stunned by his bold, seemingly impossible declaration. He gently chides her, asking whether her eyes have been shut all this time. He scoffs at the idea that God could stand in his way. Stunned into silence, she struggles to understand his words. A memory of him casting several powerful spells at once flashes through her mind. Having promised to free her, he has known about her mark from the start. Still on her knees, Anastasia stammers his title, overcome by emotion. She admits she feels helpless and cannot do anything on her own. At last her composure breaks as she pleads with him to save her from her fate. He looks down at her with a calm, resolute expression of acceptance. Tears streak her face, and his steady presence gives her a small glimmer of hope. Under the full moon, he promises to take care of everything and tells her not to worry. A sharp, determined look shows he is ready to face the forces that bind her. The scene moves to a grand estate where the chapter called Payback takes place. A showy nobleman admires a magnificent blade as a worthy addition to the treasury. Laughing, he says it's only natural for a great noble like him to find such a prize. Abel smirks, who brought the blade, notes its historical significance. Abel leans forward, ready to haggle over the price of the stolen artifact. With a predatory grin, he leans in and asks the nobleman how much he will pay. The flustered nobleman loudly offers 5,000 gold coins for the sword. Abel savors the price, his dark smile confirming the blade's immense value. Agreeing to the price, the nobleman says he will need time to raise the funds. Abel closes the deal and agrees to wait as the nobleman bows in thanks. Drooling with greed, he thinks about the 5 other artifacts he still has to sell. Anastasia watches him leave, her face grim. Abel pauses to sip from his cup, his demeanor cold and calculating. Alone, Anastasia's posture shows deep shame and worry. A mask of misery covers her face, eyes downcast as she reflects on what she did. Abel appears with a cold sneer as he comments on her presence. Closing in, he taunts that she cannot escape him no matter where she runs. Anastasia steels herself and begs him to return the stolen sword. No longer pretending to be confused, he stops asking her to repeat her bold request. Finding her voice, she becomes more insistent in demanding the sword be returned. Now defiant, she says the sword belongs to Lord Eftel. Abel swiftly draws the sword from her hip in one sharp motion. Her sudden act of defiance leaves him questioning her sanity. A sharp diagonal cuts the panel to show a shift in time. A few hours earlier, the action moves to a cobblestone street. After hearing Anastasia's story, Eftel calmly says he understands the situation. Announcing that he will retrieve the lightning splitter, he turns to leave. In the memory, a shadowy, monstrous figure berates Anastasia. Back in the present, she asks her master whether he will punish her. Turning back beneath the full moon, he asks plainly why he should punish her. She admits she is guilty, believing she stole his sword and broke his trust. Interrupting her, he asks if she stole it of her own free will. His question leaves Anastasia speechless, her eyes wide with shock. Anastasia stands shyly, hands clasped, and starts to explain herself. Eftel listens to her hesitant admission with a neutral expression. She insists the slave mark forced her to deny her free will. He presses her, asking if that's the truth or just an excuse. Eftel brings back memories of her sister Tatiana, who fought to protect her. Anastasia feels his words hit her like a physical blow, her eyes widening. A memory of her younger self appears, her expression innocent and confused. A dawning realization fills her mind that her sister has free will. She remembers her sister turning back, arms open in a gesture of complete protection. This new understanding leaves Anastasia stunned and speechless. Overwhelmed, she collapses to her knees on the cobblestones in front of him. With clenched fists, she admits through tears that he is right about her sister's strength. She remembers deceiving herself, giving in to fate and ignoring the truth. Pulling at her collar, she accepts the reality of her situation. She looks up at her master and admits she now knows she was wrong. A memory shows what he learned. She was always free to refuse. Nailing, she finally realizes he taught her to stop running and embrace her own will. Eftel watches with a quiet, knowing expression of approval. A small, satisfied smile appears on his lips as the lesson finally sinks in. Now resolute, Anastasia tells her master she has a request for him. She lays out her plan, her voice steady with new purpose. In a flashback, she grabs Portesh's arm and cries out in alarm. He snaps and demands to know what she is doing. Ports, his face twisted with rage, dares her to repeat her words. Gathering her courage, she pleads with him to return Lord Eftel's sword. He grabs her by the collar, questions her audacity, and orders him around. Leaning in close, he sneers that a slave has no right to give orders. Her eyes go wide with terror at his close, menacing presence and his words. He threatens to cast her aside and force her to bear a successor. Despite trembling, she glares back at him with defiant eyes. Her unbroken spirit only seems to fuel his rising frustration. He grunts low and shoves her back, mocking her boldness. A strong shudder runs through her, but she vows not to run away. He doubts she truly wants to die for her defiance. With a clenched fist, she renews her promise not to run from him. Grabbing his hand, she says with fierce resolve that she will never obey him. Scoffing, he praises her bravery, but dismisses her as drunk on a human. He lets her go, her hair flying as she is pushed away. Behind him, a guard draws a massive, gleaming blade with a sharp sound. The blade hits her with a sickening crunch and sends her flying. A sharp gasp of pain escapes as the brutal blow slams into her. Her tormentor smirks, satisfied with the attack's result. She slams onto the hard ground with a heavy, painful thud. Walking up to her, he mocks her pitiful faith in a pathetic human. Horror flares in her eyes as he moves closer to her crumpled form. He strikes her across the face with the flat of his blade. He pulls her up by the hair and taunts her with the slave's curse. A shudder runs through her as she glares back, her spirit still unbroken. Irritation twists his face as she keeps up her silent defiance. Kicking her brutally, he wonders how long her defiance will last. The powerful kick sends her tumbling and crashing across the ground. He throws his sword aside and vows to physically re-educate her. He draws a smaller, razor-sharp blade that gleams with menace. Terrified, Anastasia watches as her energy drains away. In a grotesque flourish, he licks the blade's cold steel. He vows to stop torturing her just short of killing her. With the blade raised high, he prepares to strike her down. The blade comes down to carve her cheeky face. A small shriek escapes as she braces for the inevitable cut. Metal strikes metal, sending a sharp ring through the air. Anastasia closes her eyes tight and grits her teeth against the expected pain. Shock snaps her eyes open as she realizes she's unhurt. The black-gloved hand gripping a dagger trembles from the force of the impact. Eftel stands over her and praises her for a job well done. A flashback shows Anastasia asking her master for the first time. She admitted the whole situation was her fault. She insisted she had to fix things on her own. Eftel listened to her plea, surprise on his face. Bowing deeply before him, she had begged him not to get involved. Until now, he had honored her wishes and held back. A vertical panel highlights the passage of time during her ordeal. Now he tells her she has done her best and it's enough. Startled by his sudden intervention, Anastasia looks up and prays. Relief and grateful tears drip from her chin as she accepts his words. Apologizing to her master, she finally loses her composure. Portesius froze when he recognized the inferior human who had appeared. He says Eftel chased his horde to his doorstep. Eftel's face hardens into silent fury at the insult. Portesh laughs, spotting a rare opportunity to take them both out at once. Eftel grits his teeth as his anger boils over. Lunging for the Anastasia again, Portesh is intercepted. Eftel grabs his wrist and warns him to keep those filthy hands away. Roaring, he orders Portesh to stay away from his Anastasia while punching him. The strike hurls Portesh backward in a wide, powerful arc. Portek tumbles and slams across the ground, completely defeated. Eftel's fist still sizzles with leftover energy as Anastasia watches in shock. His expression turns cold, resolute, and victorious. Defeated, Portesh groans and pushes himself up from the dirt. He staggers, weak and battered from the single blow. Scything, he is furious that a human has defiled his face. His anger builds when he remembers this happened before. He shouts that he was humiliated not once but twice. Eftel and Anastasia remain calm, ignoring his tantrum. He pats the ground in frustration while they watch. A menacing grin crosses his face as he vows they will not leave alive. He claims the entire estate as his domain, the lands of the Portesh family. Boasting, he says he has the right to hunt them down for trespassing. Pressing 2 fingers to his lips, he blows a sharp whistle. Shouting, he orders his guards to attack the intruders. A horde of armed soldiers and brutes surges forward, encircling them. A young man and his female companion are completely surrounded by a horde of monstrous, leering guards. Abel Portesh, their master, gloats from afar, boasting about his hand-picked elite army. Triumphantly, he gives the order, and his soldiers surge forward to attack. Eftel lifts one hand in a calm, simple motion that briefly halts the coming chaos. Abel is briefly caught off guard by the human's calm, unexpected action. Focusing intensely, Eftel declares he will unleash a devastating Tier 7 chaos wind. I scoff in disbelief and mock the lowly human trying to cast a spell. Bursting into laughter, he mocks the idea of casting a Tier VII spell during its long chant. Intricate magic circles appear instantly before Eftel without any incantation. Abel's loud mockery stops, replaced by horrified, wide-eyed disbelief. A massive vortex of wind bursts outward and seizes the charging army in a violent grip. A fierce gale rips across the estate, heading straight for the distant grand mansion. The wind's immense pressure makes the mansion's structure start to crack and splinter. The entire building rips from its foundations and blows apart into a million pieces of debris. Abel cries out in anguish, helpless as his beautiful mansion is reduced to rubble. A swirling tempest keeps ripping through the area, destroying everything in its path. Caught in the chaotic vortex, Abel and the last of his guards are swept up and tossed about. Launched helplessly into the air, he becomes a tiny speck in the raging storm. The landing is brutal, crashing into the ruined ground under a cloud of dust and debris. Battered and broken in the mud, he groans and weakly tries to call foul on his defeat. Gasping one last time, he falls face first into the muck, utterly defeated. After the smoke cleared, Eftel and Anastasia looked over the smoking, desolate wasteland he had created. Anastasia lifts the stolen sword, its hilt clinking softly in the heavy silence. Humbly, she hands the weapon to Eftel and offers a sincere apology for her actions. Eftel calls to Anastasia across the ruined expanse that used to be her home. Gently, he asks if she feels a little better now. Anastasia, flustered and overwhelmed, stammers, unsure how to respond to his kindness. Smiling softly, Eftel apologizes for the mess he made of her ancestral home. Tears of deep gratitude stream down her face as she thanks her master again and again. Out of the mud, Abel's weak voice taunts them, reminding them the slave mark is inescapable. Eftel and Anastasia turn, drawn by the defeated man's final cruel threat. Abel insists that as long as the mark is carved into her body, she will never be free. The intricate cursed mark on her back jolts Anastasia with fear. Eftel remains unconcerned and dismisses the threat as a non-issue. He declares he is canceling the contract while the cursed paper crumbles in his hand. Abel laughs wildly, calling Eftel an ignorant fool for making a reckless decision. He warns this act will summon a legendary beast with godlike power. Eftel and Anastasia stand watching with serious expressions as they prepare for the new threat. A new figure steps in, commanding attention as she addresses Lord Eftel. Merlin, the elegant elf, approaches them with purpose and authority. She says the stolen artifacts were already sold at auction and are gone. Merlin says her investigation uncovered several crimes by the Portesh family. Investigators found the crimes involved drug trafficking and close ties to local crime families. Eftel grimaces and says this explains why some of the guards looked so seedy. Merlin towers over Abel's pathetic, groveling form and speaks to him with cold disdain. She finds him unfit for the academy and orders his immediate expulsion. Abel can only stare up at her, mouth open in stunned, helpless shock. His teeth grind in quiet rage, his last traces of power and status stripped away. Eftel tells Merlin to forget him. His focus has already shifted to a greater threat. Eyes blazing, he says it's time for the real battle. Anastasia watches, confused and unsure what he means by the real battle. Eftel orders Merlin to prepare for the coming fight, and Merlin confirms she is ready. Panic floods Anastasia as she asks if he really intends to break the contract. Fidgeting nervously, she insists a human cannot possibly stand against a divine being. She warns that without a miracle, his actions will doom the entire kingdom. Merlin calmly brushes off Anastasia's fears and calls them nonsense. With Lord Eftel in command, she says their success is inevitable. A sharp, steady gaze makes Anastasia recognize the depth of their conviction. Taken aback, Anastasia felt her fear give way to a new sense of contemplation. A memory of Eftel's astonishing, almost impossible power flashes through her mind. She breathes out softly and admits that Merlin is absolutely right. She concludes that if anyone in the world can defy a god, it is him. She now has absolute faith in her master and unshakable belief in his power. A soft, knowing smile settles on her lips as she accepts their dangerous path. Eftel calls her name and she startles, steadying with firm resolve. He warns her that breaking the contract will be painful and asks whether she's ready. A silent, determined nod from Merlin confirms her readiness for the ordeal. Anastasia's face is a mask of fierce courage as she tells her master she is ready. The group advances, ready to revoke the contract and confront the divine beast. Gods are spiritual beings that feed on human desire and fear. Long ago, a wizard tasked them with enforcing special contracts. The ancient pact created the system of contract magic they now challenge. Eventually, these divine beasts grew strong enough to easily destroy entire countries. At their mansion, Eftel tells Anastasia they must start the ritual immediately. He tells her the ink he's about to use will be cold. Anastasia lies on a stone platform and nervously agrees to the procedure. Cold liquid splashes across her skin, covering the old cursed slave mark. A sharp gasp escapes her as she flinches from the chill along her back. A brush glides carefully over her skin as the new sigil is painted. Eftel works with intense focus, his face set and determined. He keeps painting the intricate design on her skin as she endures the process. Anastasia suddenly finds herself in a vast, ethereal chamber and is struck by its scale. Still holding his tools, Eftel watches with a calm, knowing expression. The ground rumbles as Anastasia can hardly believe a place like this exists here. Eftel remembers this hidden place was created long ago. It is a secret training ground built by the 4 legendary emperors, he explains. Anastasia is stunned to learn that this sacred ground once belonged to the powerful emperors. A Tier X barrier protects the chamber and contains any destructive magic. In awe, she can hardly believe the 4 emperors could create such a place. Merlin arrives with a companion, walking along a long stone path toward them. They have finished their preparations for the revocation ritual. All 3 allies stand before the kneeling Anastasia, prepared to begin. The new sigil, a beautiful sprawling design, now covers her back and one leg. Eftel puts on his gloves and says it is finally time to begin. With a sharp, serious look, he asks Anastasia if she is truly ready. A hard swallow reveals her nervousness, but her resolve stays firm. Her face set in fierce determination, she urges her master to begin the ritual. The chamber hums with immense power as they stand ready for what comes next. Eftel's face is locked in intense focus as he prepares to unleash his magic. His hand reaches out to touch the sigil and begin the revocation. Anastasia's heart pounds in her chest as Eftel's gloved hand thrums with magical energy. With a powerful shout, he orders the cursed slave contract revoked completely. Light swirls around Anastasia's body as the powerful spell takes hold. The ritual ends with a huge, globe-shaped cage of runes that fills the entire chamber. The slave mark on her skin starts to sizzle and fade as the spell cleanses it. A writhing mass of dark, inky energy rips free from her body. A wicked curse fights hard against the revocation spell's overwhelming light. A strong gust of wind signals the final destruction of the cursed magical mark. A vortex pulls in the last traces of dark energy, and they disappear. As the spell's light fades, Eftel stands over Anastasia's collapsed form. One thin wisp of dark energy, like a final sigh, fades into nothing. Anastasia collapses onto the stone floor of the vast chamber with a soft thud. Rising, she stares at her unmarked skin in stunned silence. A tentative touch rests on the smooth skin of her hip where the mark once was. Overjoyed, she says the slave mark is finally truly gone from her body. Eftel grimly warns her their dangerous struggle is not over yet. The sky churns overhead as he announces the real show is about to begin. Terrified, Anastasia looks up and asks if the giant shadow is the contract beast. Merlin steps forward, eyes fixed on the threat, and addresses Lord Eftel. A deafening crack of thunder echoes as Eftel calmly says he knows. Leaping into the air, Eftel activates a Tier VII ultimate defense formation. Huge domes of energy burst from the ground, shaking the whole chamber. A powerful shockwave tears through the air right after the spell. Eftel stands firm in the rubble while his companions recover from the blast. He sharply orders Merlin to pull Anastasia out of the immediate danger zone. Merlin answers the command with a firm shout, ready to protect her charge. Leaping back, she carries Anastasia to a safer vantage point on a high ledge. A colossal reptilian snout rises from the settling dust, sniffing the air. Eftel coolly notes the beast appears very upset about its revoked contract. A massive serpentine white dragon, the divine beast, emerges surrounded by lightning. From a distance, Merlin and Anastasia watch the dragon's massive silhouette looming. Terrified, Anastasia asks whether the creature is truly the legendary contract beast. Merlin confirms it is a divine being that dwells on a higher plane. She recognizes the divine creature as the legendary Azure dragon Seryu. Seryu asked the lone human if he was the fool who dared to disturb the sacred contract. Eftel confirms he is, saying he has always hated such stupid contracts. A massive dragon's head hangs only a few feet from the unflinching young man. Eftel keeps a hard, unyielding expression, silently challenging the god. A soft, thoughtful sound comes from the dragon as he processes his open defiance. Seryu praises his bold defiance, but dismisses it as mere courage. The dragon admits his bravery is nothing more than pure foolishness. Eftel looks back sharply, as if the dragon had just called him a fool. Seryu says that if he had known the consequences, he would never have acted. The warning says ignorance is not a sin, but it will not spare him from reckoning. Eftel tells the divine beast to move its smelly nose elsewhere. A serpentine body coils in the dark background, causing the dragon to recoil slightly. Saru lets out a booming laugh, clearly amused by the human's audacity. Its massive maw gapes in astonishment at his defiance. It confronts the human, asking what they hope to achieve against a god. Eftel's face is in shadow, his features unreadable and set with fierce determination. With a powerful, decisive leap, he launches into the air. Soaring toward the beast, he shouts that he will defeat it. Closing the distance, he becomes a blur, a streak of light against the gloom. He unleashes a Tier VII demonic heat wave, a swirling vortex of black energy. A massive sphere of dark magic crashes into the dragon's coiled body. The impact swallows a large part of the dragon in churning, destructive darkness. Landing gracefully, Eftel pivots instantly and launches his next powerful attack. Tier 7 Chaos Wind bursts forth, a raging cyclone of debris and raw power. A violent storm slams into the dragon, and it roars in frustration. A colossal Tier VII glacial lance of pure ice falls from above. The lance explodes on impact, engulfing the dragon in a magical storm. Anastasia and Merlin stand in awe. At least one Saru must be injured. From the smoke, Saru's calm voice praises the human's skill. Eftel narrows his eyes, realizing the fight won't be that easy. The dragon is surprised to encounter such an adept in this fallen age. Eftel's face breaks into a confident smirk, expecting the dragon to be resilient. Anastasia calls out to Merlin, telling him to look as the smoke finally clears. Wide-eyed, Merlin stares in shock and disbelief at what she sees. Smoke clears to reveal the dragon's head, completely unharmed by the assault. Saru appears pristine and white, its scales glittering and untouched. Eftel calmly tells his companions to take a close look at the dragon's scales. Merlin and Anastasia watch, puzzled by his instruction about its scales. Close-up shows intricate, unnatural patterns across the dragon's hide. Merlin is stunned and wonders what the strange patterns on the scales mean. Her eyes widen in horrified realization as she recognizes them as a spell formation. Each scale is a barrier engraved with powerful seals, she explains. Any spell that touches Seru's scales is automatically nullified. Eftel calmly confirms her analysis and says he already understood the gist. A soft, amused chuckle escapes him, unfazed by the impossible defense. Eyes gleaming with excitement, he declares this his first worthy opponent in 400 years. Anastasia is stunned and doubts his claim to be 400 years old. The dragon calls him human, while its head emerges from the smoke. Sir Yu taunts him, saying his spells are useless and asking what he will do now. Eftel smirks retorts that the answer to that question should be obvious. His gloved hand grips the hilt of his sheathed katana with a firm scrape. With his blade drawn, he vows to show the dragon the ultimate human technique. A lone figure stands against the dragon's immense, coiled form. Polished steel on his katana gleams in the chamber's dim light. The dragon laughs, treating the human's toy sword as mere entertainment. Eftel charges forward, shouting that he already told the beast he would defeat it. Amusement drains from the dragon, replaced by a terrifying, toothy snarl. It vows to show him the unbridgeable gap between the divine and the mortal. The dragon releases its divine power, its body erupting in a brilliant aura. One of Eftel's companions recognizes the terrifying power and gasps in alarm. Augmented dragon moves at impossible speed, a blur of energy and power. Eftel is taken aback by its incredible speed, sweat forming on his brow. The dragon's jaws snap shut with a ferocious chomp where he'd just been standing. Sliding to a stop, Eftel turns back, shocked and intensely focused. He realizes it took every bit of his mana augmentation just to dodge. He concludes divine augmentation is a godlike upgrade to his technique. Eftel knows he couldn't have kept up with this foe in his old body. Now transformed, he confidently prepares to strike the divine beast. A vertical panel shifts the scene, signaling a memory is about to surface. He remembers his former teacher Frasier addressing a younger Eftel. The teacher warns that facing a strong attack directly is unwise. A massive hammer comes down, showing the kind of heavy strike he means. Frasier shows how to deflect the blow and tells him to move like a leaf on a river. Now Eftel remembers the lesson as he faces the dragon's charge. Applying the lesson, he flawlessly parries the massive blow. The massive dragon slides past him, its momentum fully redirected. Growling in frustration, the beast's anger is clear as it recovers from the deflection. Roaring, the dragon says it is tired of the human's antics and vows to end him. Maw-wide, the divine beast lunges forward in a furious charge. Eftel stays calm with his blade ready, while his attention turns to another lesson. A new memory opens as a voice says the secret of speed lies elsewhere. Mariah, his second teacher, says speed comes from agility and footwork. Mariah demonstrates this principle by running alongside a younger Eftel in training. He asked Eftel how he manages to keep up despite being less agile. His answer is to move his feet as fast as possible. Mariah decides it's all about being a good dancer who moves in a funny way. A memory shows young Eftel laughing at his teacher's silly dance. Now back in the present, Eftel smirks, ready to apply this second lesson. He focuses on moving his feet as fast as he can. He and his ghostly allies skillfully struck the dragon without losing their balance. The dragon growls deeply, growing more frustrated by their evasive movements. Roaring in anger, it demands to know how they are matching its divine speed. The divine beast lunges forward one last time at blinding speed. Eftel steadies his humming blade to meet the charge head-on. The sword clangs against the dragon's snout, completely stopping its momentum. He lets out a small sound as he holds his ground against the force. The dragon's charge stops, its mouth open in a silent roar of shock. His companions launch a coordinated barrage of strong strikes. One of them strikes the dragon's head with a powerful blow and shouts in disbelief. The dragon staggers back, completely baffled that they can match its power. It questions whether an ordinary mortal's improvement can match a divine one. Breathing hard, it realizes it's up against something far beyond a normal human. The divine beast asks whether he is also using divine augmentation. Eftel admits he's breaking the rules and pushing standard mana augmentation to its limit. He sheathes his sword and explains there is a trick to his technique. A diagram reveals the secret of concentrating mana on small body parts for split seconds. He admits it's nearly impossible to gain such precise control against a god on his own. He reveals his solution and has someone else manage his mana augmentation. The dragon demands to know who he may have entrusted with his mana. A heavy footstep clunks on the broken stone behind him. Merlin appears poised with her polearm, revealed to be his partner. He proudly presents her as his one and only top disciple. The diagram shows how they link their minds so he can focus on fighting. Eftel says this synergy is how he is fighting a god toe-to-toe. From afar, Anastasia is amazed that such a feat is possible. At this rate, she believes they could defeat the divine beast. A low guttural growl of renewed anger rumbles from the dragon. It speaks to the foolish human, its patience clearly worn thin. Roaring with rage, it calls their synergy impossible nonsense and refuses to acknowledge it. Energy gathers in the air around Merlin and Eftel, making it crackle. Eftel snaps back that he never asked for its acknowledgement and tells the god to butt out. He turns to his partner and shouts for them to start the final assault. Merlin agrees eagerly, her face bright with excitement and determination. Eftel draws his sword, its hum of energy steady as he prepares to strike. Lunging, the dragon roars its thread at the foolish human. The creature promises to tear him limb from limb and devour his insides. A colossal beast charges across the battlefield, an unstoppable force of nature. Massive jaws gape wide, ready to swallow him whole. A deafening chomp announces Jaws' snapshot on empty space. The dragon watches, briefly puzzled by the missed strike. Eftel soars through the air after leaping clear of the danger. A smug smile escapes him as he prepares his counterattack in midair. He fires a concussive blast of light that stuns the divine beast. Landing on its back, he thrusts his sword deep between its scales. He yanks the blade free, and the dragon gives a pained grunt. Watching from the sidelines, Merlin shouts triumphantly, convinced he has succeeded. The sword appears embedded in the dragon's scales. Eftel keeps a grim, focused expression, knowing the fight is not over. The dragon mocks him, saying he really believed such a tiny needle could hurt it. It vows the human will perish now in a draconic storm. A Tyr-IX storm god's dance is unleashed, a swirling maelstrom of lightning. Eftel laughs, calls the beast foolish, and strikes him with lightning. Grinning maniacally, he asks whether the divine beast is joking. Declaring the dragon has no idea how outmatched it is, he prepares to respond. Encircled by his own lightning, he vows to show the god what real lightning looks like. An overwhelming surge of electricity crackles and rumbles through the air. The dragon watches in confusion as the energy shifts and changes. It sounds an alarm as it realizes its lightning is being absorbed. Panicked, it asks what's happening as its power is stolen. A fierce, strange electric charge runs through the air. Spotting the magic signature makes it clear this is impossible. Eftel confirms its realization and identifies him as the contract breaker. Shrieking in terror, the dragon realizes this human is the Stormgill and spots his true target. He aims for a massive sword, lodged in a dais behind the beast. Desperate, the dragon screams, ready to strike the sword with all his force. Power crackles in Eftel's hand as it slams down onto the great sword's hilt. Unleashing his Tyr-IX Eftel, he triggers a cataclysmic blast that destroys the world. Eftel breaks into a savage, triumphant grin as his power peaks. The divine beast is struck by the blast, its body convulsing as it is ripped apart. The chapter titled Magibust ends with the dragon destroyed in a sphere of light. Shielding her face from the aftershock, Anastasia looks exhausted. Merlin stands ready, polearm held firm and expression determined. Saru's massive broken form crashes to the ground with a final boom. Eftel lands gracefully and hears the dragon's voice fading as it murmurs in disbelief. The dragon recognizes the spell he cast, a power from a forgotten age. A whisper says the man who wielded that magic should have been dead long ago. Standing on the fractured ground, Eftel realizes it's been 400 years since he last broke a contract. The Seryu spirit respectfully declares him Emperor Stormgill, Eftel Alcott, confirming his identity. The divine beast releases a final, agonizing roar as its form begins to break apart. With a final boom, the Seryu's immense serpentine body crashes to the ground. Eftel lands on the beast's back with practiced grace and reaches to reclaim the blade he left there. A sharp sound rings as he draws his katana from the creature's fallen form. In awe, Anastasia watches and says her master has defeated the mighty Seru. Merlin watches and notes Anastasia kneeling in the background. She says it's been a long time since she last saw him as Eftel, the contract breaker. Eftel responds to her comment with a brief affirmation. He says that if the Guardian had been a different beast, they would have recognized him as Stormgill. Laughing, he says he could never ignore a contract that enslaves an entire family line. Anastasia watches them walk away, her mind still processing the incredible events. She asked her master to confirm that the seer had used revelation to show who he was. Her question hangs in the air as she looks between him and Merlin. Wide-eyed, she asks nervously if the divine beast was telling the truth. Smiling gently, Eftel confirms that her suspicion is undeniably true and infallible. He reveals he is the same Emperor Stormgill who died long ago and was reborn. Utterly stunned, Anastasia wonders whether reincarnation could be real. She admits she has never heard of anything like that happening before. Merlin admits that reincarnation is hard to believe. She explains that as his disciple she must accept it as truth. The elf remembers that everything about him reminded her of her first teacher. She warns Anastasia not to rely on common sense when judging what her teacher can do. A familiar piece of advice hits Anastasia, and her eyes widen with realization. She remembers her former master giving her the exact same warning. Giggling softly, she concludes it must be a case of like master, like disciple. She recognizes that her master always exceeds her expectations. A quiet, knowing smile plays on her lips as the truth sinks in. She turns to him, now certain he is the legendary emperor. Admiration fills her heart as she whispers how amazing he is. After the battle, Eftel says it's time for everyone to go home. Anastasia shouts in joyful agreement, clearly relieved. However, Merlin suddenly looks back, alarmed. The Seru's skeletal head bursts into view and vows to drag the heretical Anastasia into oblivion with it. The sudden reanimation catches Eftel and Merlin completely off guard. Instantly, Merlin reacts, her body flashing with divine power. She shouts to Lord Eftel that the beast is still moving. A monstrous head lunges forward, roaring as it tries to kill the terrified Anastasia. Anastasia freezes, her face a mask of pure, wide-eyed terror. Eftel's face hardens with fierce determination as he rushes to help. Merlin, Abe, and he rush forward in a last-ditch effort to intercept the beast. Clenching his teeth, Eftel realizes with growing horror that he won't make it in time. He can only watch as the creature's jaws close on the helpless girl. A deep instinct stirs, revealing a technique available only to those who have mastered their bodies. Mastering this ultimate throw requires sensing and redirecting an opponent's energy, grasping the very air. Eftel wears a determined grimace as he prepares to unleash this incredible power. His gloved hand tenses, ready to channel the ultimate martial arts technique. He clenches his fist in a powerful grip and releases a wave of invisible force. An unseen power stops the charging skeletal dragon cold. A powerful gust of air lifts the beast and sends it hurtling backward. A giant skeleton soars through the air, completely overpowered by the throw. It slams into the distant landscape in a massive, earth-shaking blast. Seru's skeletal remains lie still and motionless, finally defeated. Rain falls as Eftel pants, and the immediate crisis is over. Anastasia sits on the ground, dazed, looking around as she tries to make sense of what just happened. Merlin expresses utter disbelief that he managed to throw the Sara away. Eftel stares at his hands, trying to make sense of that incredible power. He realizes it was the ultimate technique, one he could never master on Earth. The Seru's defeated form lies broken on the cracked, desolate ground. Merlin steps forward, impressed by the throw and noting she never saw him use it in his prime. He admits he doesn't know how he did it, only that it was an ultimate technique. A flash of memory shows him training with his friends. It hits him that Frasier and Uncle Mariah's guidance made it possible. He found that the training he took on a whim was invaluable. He clenches his fists and feels a surge of pride, knowing his efforts were not wasted. Anastasia steps forward and asks if the Seru has finally stopped for good now. Far off, the divine beast's shattered remains lie scattered and motionless. Eftel looks to the sky and says he only disabled the beast's physical vessel. Alarmed, Anastasia asked whether this meant the fight wasn't truly over. Peeking from behind her, he reassures her not to worry. Smiling confidently, he says the divine beast now knows she is under his protection. Anastasia lifts her eyes to him, cheeks flushed with awe from his protective words. Merlin confirms their work is done as floating sigils of power fade away around them. Now the scene shifts to the view from a grand building. A view through ornate bars suggests a prison. Later, Eftel relaxes in a garden, reading a newspaper. Scanning the headlines, he takes in the latest news. The newspaper says the Pordesh family has been jailed for their heinous crimes. The crown stripped them of their noble title and rank and returned their fief to the royal family. Abe and his father are shown serving life sentences under the watch of the noble criminal department. Eftel sips his tea with no sympathy for those who made Anastasia suffer. Anastasia moves up to him quietly and says his name to get his attention. Across the stone path she walks toward him, her posture hesitant. Worried, she politely asks for a moment of his time. Now they sit together on a quiet dock with their reflections in the calm water. Noticing her unease, he gently asks what is wrong. She admits she's been thinking about it for a while. She asks whether he remembers her sister, who died while carrying out her duties as a slave. Eftel meets her gaze, serious, as he listens to her painful question. On a bench, Anastasia sits, wondering if she can really leave the past behind. With her head bowed, she admits deep guilt about feeling happy after her sister's sacrifice. Standing before her, the young man offers quiet, steady support. A gentle tap on her shoulder pulls her out of her sadness. He comforts her, saying her sister is always with her, right in her heart. Standing over her, he keeps his hand out, waiting for his words to sink in. Anastasia insists that's not the point, and that her guilt runs deeper. Calmly, he tells her to stop overthinking it. Confused, she looks at him as he casually dismisses her complicated feelings. Challenging her view, he suggests her sister would not truly be proud of her suffering. A young auburn-haired woman looks up, surprise briefly flashing in her eyes. Her companion questions her guilt, asking why she mourns her sister's freedom from the curse. He presses further, doubting her sister would actually curse her now. He says her sister would be overjoyed and offer blessings for her new life. He asks her to think about which reaction best represents the sister who fought to protect her. Looking at him, she feels his words begin to break through her sorrow. With tears in her eyes, she whispers that she finally gets his point. He then asks what her sister would want her to do now. He gives the answer with a sudden, powerful shout, and she should smile. She is stunned by his sudden, forceful declaration. He gently says that nothing is more wonderful to see than a loved one's smile. He urges her to turn her guilt into fun and make her sister proud. She seemed deeply moved by his heartfelt words. She taps his shoulder and quietly calls him her master. She flushes deeply and looks away, clearly flustered and emotional. Her master is baffled by her sudden, intense change in behavior. She admits he always exceeds her expectations. She turns her back on him and calls him a truly sly person, leaving him bewildered. Leaning in, she asks in a flustered voice whether he's doing it on purpose. Stammering, he was completely baffled and insisted he wasn't trying to do anything. With her fist clenched, she admits this is the part of him she has always hated most. Determined, she says she will finally repay him this time. She spins and presses a soft, unexpected kiss to his cheek. Both stand frozen, surprised by the sudden intimacy of her gesture. Close-up of her blushing face pressed against his in the tender moment. Meeting his gaze, she vows to smile with him every day. They stand on the dock as she announces her new determination to be happy. Flustered, he watches, clearly moved by her heartfelt words. Smiling brightly, she tells her master she loves him. Her sudden confession has him blushing hard and at a loss for words. As she stumbles forward, he catches her and asks about the sudden declaration of love. Relieved that he got through to her, he sets the confession aside. He gives a gentle squeeze and pats her head to comfort and reassure her. A warm, fuzzy feeling fills him as he looks at her tenderly. Looking up, he still has a blush on his cheeks, caught in the moment. Beaming, Anastasia replies to him, calling him her master, her joy contagious. He realizes this is the first time she has truly looked him in the eyes with a full, genuine smile. Later that night, the action moves to the grand mansion. In a vast dining room, he and Merlin, an elven woman, eat in silence. A young man dabs his mouth with a napkin, ready to speak. Merlin, an elven woman, eats with calm, refined grace. He tells Merlin he has something he's been wanting to ask her. He asks why she held back from using any Tier 9 spells during their mock battle. Merlin is surprised by his direct, insightful question. Putting down her fork, she confirms he is right. She asks if he knows nothing about a major incident from the past. Against a backdrop of explosive energy, she calls the event the Magibust. Unfamiliar with the term, he asked what the Magibust is. Merlin readies a brief, world-changing explanation for him. She reveals he is currently the only mage in the world who can cast Tier X spells. This staggering and unexpected revelation leaves him speechless. Merlin starts her story by saying it all took place some time ago. The event happened about 10 years after he passed away. The story flashes back to the time of the incident. A monolith found in newly discovered ancient ruins caused the Magibust. A special investigative team was sent to examine the Magi monolith and uncover its secrets. Among the 48-member team were two powerful emperors, Blaze Soul and Frostbore. Eftel is surprised and confirms the two powerful emperors were present. Merlin reports a critical incident occurred during the investigation. Her expression turned somber as she remembered it happened on the second day. A blinding white flash marks the start of the great catastrophe. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from nowhere and engulfed the ruins. Eftel listens to the tale, his expression grim. The monolith's destruction triggered widespread mutations in every living mage. A swirling vortex of energy expanded, its radius reaching across the entire world. Merlin explains that the astral bodies of several races began to deteriorate rapidly. Humanoid mages can no longer cast Tier 9 or higher spells. Using or even teaching such powerful magic became impossible in this world. Eftel grimly confirms this disaster is called the Magibust. Merlin offers a quiet, simple confirmation that he understands. He realizes the astral body acts like a mage's magic battery and has been weakened. Understanding his reincarnation allowed him to bypass the debuff and keep his power. A sudden urgent thought hits him about his former comrades. He asks Merlin what happened to Blaze Soul, Frostbore, and the rest of the team. Dread edges his voice as he asks whether they made it out alive. Sorrow crosses Merlin's face as she says they didn't quite. Her account of the tragedy follows the search and rescue team's official report. They first found Emperor Frostbore's burnt, twisted corpse. Near the site, they found the bodies of the other 46 team members. Horrified, Eftel remembers Frostbore as too calm and wary to be taken by surprise. Leaning forward, he demands to know what caused the mysterious explosion. Merlin pauses briefly, her expression grave, then gives the answer. She says the explosion is thought to be the original Tier X spell cliff. A red-haired young man watches, his face frozen in shock. Eftel connects the dots and realizes with horror that Blaze Soul must be the perpetrator. Merlin confirms his deduction, his face pained and sorrowful. He reacts with denial, unable to believe his kind-hearted friend could do such a thing. He recalls Blaze Soul as their most capable leader, someone who hated fighting. Merlin admits he still finds it hard to believe, but says the facts of the massacre are undeniable. Deep in thought, Eftel tries to reconcile the conflicting information. Merlin asks whether he remembers Emperor Blaze Soul's main research focus. He remembers Blaze Soul created the magic aptitude test and studied something else. Merlin confirms his other research focused on ancient civilizations. She outlines her theory based on Blaze Soul's known obsessions. She believes he saw something enticing in the monolith, but its nature is unknown. Whatever it was, it pushed him to betray and undermine the entire magical community. Eftel slumps in his chair, weighed down by the tangled web of interconnected mysteries. He concludes that because Blaze's soul has been dead for 400 years, the reason is lost to time. Merlin interrupts him to say there is actually more to the story. She corrects herself and reveals one other mage can cast Tier 10 spells. A dark-haired young man listens with a serious, focused expression. His companion tells of rumors about a boy whose destructive magic has wrecked entire kingdoms. The elf woman admits her theory is conjecture, and her eyes reveal a deep-seated fear. She reveals a grim suspicion that the legendary Emperor Blaze Soul is still alive. Across the dining table, a man who looks exactly like Blaze Soul lifts his head with an innocent, surprised expression. A dark-haired man stares in utter horror, his face frozen in shocked disbelief.